Microphone check. Loud. We good?
back and reading the material, but first of all, I want to thank, we'll introduce everybody here. I suppose we should start there, and then I'll say a few things about the material, but we're well organized to have a productive day. I appreciate the agenda, and why don't we do introductions? I'm Dan Elsner. I serve on the state board for, I think, over 8 years now. Seems like yesterday, and it seems like 100 years ago. And I'm also the secretary elected, and the board asked me to chair the strategic planning committee.
I'm Brad Oliver. I joined the board on July this year. I also serve as Associate Dean of Education Unit Head at Indiana Wesleyan.
Sarah O'Brien. I'm a school teacher from Avon, Indiana, and I've been on the board for about 4.5 years now.
Remind me what grade you're in.
First grade.
Good morning, David Freitas. Been on the board for 20 years. Oh, no, it's only 6 months. Seems like 20 years. And I'm a professor of educational leadership at Indiana University, South Bend.
BJ Watts, 5th grade teacher in Evansville, Indiana, on the board for a little over a year.
Glenda Ritz, Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Rick, you guys.
I'm Rick Brazil with the SELT Corporation, and been with SELT about 7 years and working in education about 16 years. My colleagues, I'll let them introduce themselves.
Okay, and I'm Harvey Perkins. I'll be working with SELT organization in this project as well. This is my 43rd year in public education. Do the math. I still love it, by the way.
And my name's Chris Craig. I'm with SELT Corporation, and actually my background is more private education. I've been in, worked in higher ed for a while, but I've been at SELT now for about 6 years.
Thank you. Just a brief introduction before we do the minutes. My years in service at all levels of education, and certainly on boards, corporate boards and hospital and other type of entities, I've always felt the baseline, and of course this is the reason the board commissioned this committee that will take our work back to the board, that very successful, aggressively aspirational organizations have a very clear understanding of who they are, what they want to do. They put goals, more clear objectives. They put metrics down, and they have a systematic process to align all of their resources behind these major goals. And that's the purpose of this process, and this is our meeting. I appreciate the time you're going to put in this, but really at our level, at the board level, and certainly the executive leadership level, there's nothing more important one can do than to set out a real clear areas. It's always been very, very clear there's a compelling vision, clear goals and measurements. And I particularly like the SELT. I hope you got to read the materials at some length there. We'll get more familiar with these terms when we unpack them. There are many, many strategic plans around the world and throughout the country and in schools of all sorts and types and businesses, frankly, that people put a lot of time, money, and energy in developing, and then they're on a shelf. This process, one of the reasons we picked SELT in this process is it actually becomes your leadership tool. We'll be measuring progress. We'll be aligning budgets and personnel behind the priorities. And it should give the state quite a framework to achieve excellence. The other thing, and I've heard this a lot from the field, that, and I've seen this over the years, superintendent, principals, teachers are remarkably talented, innovative, creative people, and if they know the targets, they'll come together pretty well. We've seen that actually the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a pretty aggressive agenda, and we've seen all the test scores rise, graduation rates get better, and this hopefully will be a continuation of that effort. So thank you for being here, and if there's no, we'll move right into the approval of the minutes. If you've read the minutes and someone would like to make a motion, we'll entertain it.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Second. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Looks like we've approved the minutes. And this point, Rick, you're going to take on the planning process, why it's important, context process. We spent a little time organizing this meeting, so thank you for being here, and we look forward to working with you.
Appreciate the introductory comments. We very much agree with what Dan had to say. We're very passionate about strategic planning as a process. Our belief is that as Dan said, there's really nothing more important that leadership can do than to enact such a process. But we'll, through the course of this morning, we'll draw a distinction between a plan and a process. A plan is a document, a process is something that you do day in and day out, and how you manage the plan. And what we really want to leave you with when we do leave you next year is that we want to leave you with that process. So we'll talk about that today. And a couple of things that we want to get you familiar with. Number one is, what does the planning process look like? We'll introduce you to it this morning, and then we'll give you some more details in the afternoon. Then we want to get you started on the first part of a strategic plan, which is the mission and the vision. So the latter part of this session will be working with you, and you all actually working together to come to some words that form a mission and a vision. So that'll be the latter part of the day that we'll cover. What I want to talk about initially is the strategic planning process and why it's an important thing for all of you to be engaged in. One of the things we'll work on with you throughout the course of the day and throughout the course of this work is the vernacular around strategic planning. I think you have some definitions there on the table in front of you. It should be under your agenda. And the second page of it looks something like this, the things every organization should know. This is one of the slides that we show. This begins to introduce you to the terminology, and we'll go through these today. And then the next page actually is a list of definitions, and we'll cover each of those with you this morning. To start us off with, I want to, a couple of terms we use very consciously. One of them is process, and you'll hear us use that sometimes casually, but most often we really use it in a very conscious manner. Process, and we have a slide that would show you the definition, but there's also a definition in front of you there. A process is how work gets done. You can break all of your work that you do within an organization, within any organization, break it down into a process. And a process is a structured set of steps for how you accomplish work. It has inputs and it has outputs and steps along the way. Anything, like I said, you do, whether it's developing curriculum in a school district that aligns to state standards, that can be thought of as a process. As you develop third grade curriculum, meeting standards, that can be thought of as a process. There are certain inputs. You go through certain steps to vet the curriculum, and you have outputs. Payroll, all those kinds of things are processes. Strategic planning can be a process with a set of steps that you go through on a regular basis. So process is one definition we want to get you clear on. Project is something else. Project is a one-time event. It has a discernible beginning. It has a discernible end. You have a clear scope of work, and you go into a project with a scope of work, and your intention is to finish it. So a project is a one-time type of an event. You put the two together, and just about any work that you do in any organization falls into one of those two camps. It's either a project or it's a process. And when you begin to think about work like that in that kind of a structure, you can begin to managing people and managing work becomes more of a science instead of an art. And so one of the things that we want to introduce right at the very beginning is the concept of managing work in those two big buckets of things. Because we're going to walk you through how you establish your list of projects that are the things that you want the organization to focus on that will make it better at one-time events. Those projects are identified through a strategic planning process. Okay. And we'll introduce you to a technique for managing those projects so that you actually achieve what you're setting out to do. So another definition is strategic plan. Strategic plan is it's an instrument. Typically, it's a document that you can hold up. We were reading, or I was reading on the plane last night. Again, I read it earlier. The Indiana vision that was put together by the chamber, which is basically a strategic plan. So it contains your vision, your mission, your goals, objectives, how you measure success. That's a strategic plan. You all know what that is. As Dan said, often those sit on the shelf. I've seen a lot of organizations do wonderful strategic plans and then let them sit on the shelf. And if that's the way an organization works, my advice is cut out that step and just don't do the strategic plan if you don't really, or if you're not serious about implementing it. So the other definition that I want to talk about is a strategic planning process. That's how you manage your strategic plan. Once you say you're going to do something, how is it that you make sure that everybody in your organization lines up and works on that strategic plan? So that's the process that we're going to talk about. We believe that an organization, any organization, whether it's a private sector organization, public sector organization, school or district, state agency, any organization achieves success in its goals and excellence in its operations, not by good luck or hard work alone, but focused effort on the right things. Focusing your efforts on the right things. And it's not just the leader or leadership focusing their efforts on the right things, but it's important to get the whole organization focused on the right thing. In my former life, I used to manage a large group of folks, and you go in on a Monday and you wonder, what are they working on? You know, they're working on what they want to work on, or they're working on what you want them to work on, and do they even know what you want them to work on? And the value of strategic planning is getting everybody in the organization to know the important things to work on, making sure that they know those and are working on them with you. So focusing on the right things. The right things we're going to talk about through the strategic plan. The strategic plan identifies what the right things are. Those are the things that you believe as a governing entity are the things that you should pursue. And then how you focus on those, we'll talk about that as a process. Okay? The first thing is for you all to come to agreement on what those right things are. And we break it down into small chunks to make that an easier process. So we start with vision and mission. And then we'll break vision and mission down into goals and objectives. And then we break goals and objectives down into strategies. And then we break those down into projects and measures. So we break it down into its component parts to make it easier for you to discern what you believe to be the right things to do. But, and those right things, again, this page, and this is how we break them down. The mission, which is why we exist, and we'll talk about this a little bit more, and we have some examples for you from both private and public sector and other state agencies. Mission is why you exist. The vision is, what do you want the future to look like? It's not enough for good leaders to manage the day-to-day operations of an organization without also establishing where they want the organization to go for the long term. What are the things that you want to do differently for the future? That's the vision. The goals and objectives define the what you want to accomplish. Okay? Goals define what you want to accomplish. Strategies, and this is an important point, we're going to differentiate between goals and objectives and strategies. Goals and objectives define the what. Improve student achievement is a goal. Improve third grade reading by 5% or something of that nature is more of an objective. How you're going to accomplish those, how you're going to accomplish, saying it isn't going to make it happen. How you are going to accomplish it is a strategy. It's a belief about cause and effect relationship, and it actually helps you to communicate to your organization the kinds of things that they're going to do differently for the future. Implementing strategies often requires work. If you want to change your curriculum, improve your curriculum, whatever, sometimes that's a project. That's the next thing that we break things down into are the projects. Once you set your strategies and we identify what are those discrete pieces of work that you're going to go away and do to implement those strategies. Those are projects. And then, very importantly, because we know that folks tend to if they know the target, and this is what Dan said earlier, if they know the target, what you want to accomplish, then they will work to achieve that target. So measures can drive behavior. Selecting measures become very important. So the measures are the aspect of the strategic plan that will work with you on towards the end after you set your strategies, because the measures will tell you whether you've met your goal and whether your strategies are working. And then we'll break those down actually into leading and lagging indicators, so that the lagging indicators are things like, you're all familiar with formative assessment, right? Those are after the fact. Lagging indicators is sort of after all is said and done. A leading indicator would be something that will tell you along the way whether the children are learning. That could be a formative assessment or a classroom assessment or something of that nature. So we'll work on those with you as well to help you to get those. But strategic planning is a process, and when we get this visual up, you'll be able to see a nice picture that shows that, hopefully. That shows it as a process. It starts off with creating a strategic plan, identifying those things that are the right things to know, identifying the projects, and then one by one, you launch the projects to implement your strategies. And you monitor those, and we'll talk about the roles and responsibilities about how those are monitored in a later workshop. But you monitor those to completion, and you watch the measures and see what effect they're beginning to have. So leading indicators become very important because you want to watch something, you want the data as soon as you can get it to see how things are going. And then you adjust strategy if things aren't working well. And then you modify your projects, and you keep going in a circle, continuous improvement cycle. Setting strategy, launching projects, watching measures and metrics, changing strategy if it's not working, relaunching things, and so your strategic planning never ends. It's about the process of strategic planning. It's not about the plan itself. One thing we see a lot of is folks want to get the strategic plan absolutely correct before they launch it. And our advice is, don't do that because it's really about the process. You're going to mess up the measures. You're going to select bad measures or some that just aren't perfect, and you're going to want to change them. So change them. Do that in a structured way, a rigorous way. Announce to everyone why you're changing. Have a good reason for it. But it's a continuing evolutionary process, and you just get better and better. It's very important for a large organization, particularly if you're working with a large number of people, to have that clarity of purpose, so folks know what they go into. And I know every organization has folks in it who are doing work, and they're all busy. And you very rarely have I run across in my entire career anyone who says, I really don't have much to do. Everybody's busy doing something, and getting them to do the thing that you want them to do is the strategic planning process. It's important in large organizations in particular because people get entrenched in their work, they get set in their ways, or they get money from certain sources that dictate what they're doing that may not even align strategically with where you want to go. So this is a process for you to get folks to kind of see this is the path versus the other. We use it at CELT. We use this process that I'm talking about at CELT. We're not a large organization, but we still use it. We use it on a very tight cycle. We look at our scorecard on a regular basis. So even for small organizations, for large organizations, the model works and works very well. One of the things I want to talk about next is you've heard us use the term balanced scorecard and a balanced scorecard process. And let me differentiate between a strategic plan and a balanced scorecard. Basically, and I've got a great visual for this as well, which you cannot see. The scorecard is a way of managing the strategic plan. And it has all of the components in it that a strategic plan has in it. And as with this plan, there's a lot of verbiage in here that describes certain things, which is good. In a balanced scorecard, you have just the essence of a strategic plan. You have the goals, you have the vision, mission, and the goals, the objectives, and then your measures and your targets. And that basically constitutes a strategic plan. Our balanced scorecard itself, we have on one page. It has all of our goals, all of our measures, and it's on one page. And when Chris gets up, he'll talk about a minimalist approach. We do encourage organizations to focus on fewer measures rather than more measures, because you can more easily achieve focus if you pick the right measures and pick fewer of them. The trick is which ones are the right measures that really drive the organization in the direction that you want it to go. Okay? So the balanced scorecard is a more streamlined approach to viewing the strategic plan. It has a couple of things that are characteristic of it. Number one, it is balanced across 4 quadrants, usually 4 quadrants. And those 4 quadrants are to ensure that you don't just look at one aspect of the organization, but you look at the human aspect of the organization, you look at the financial aspect, you look at the people aspect of the organization, and you look at how work gets done. So you're taking a balanced approach to looking at what you want the organization to accomplish. So your goals are balanced across a number of things that make sure that you're looking at it holistically. And the second thing is that it looks at leading and lagging indicators. So a balanced scorecard makes you look not just at the long run, but all along the way, each step along the way, are you making progress?
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
In the definition of leading and lagging indicators, you talk about they're always numerical values.
Mm-hmm.
Does that force the issue that you're always looking at quantitative data, or is there a way to qualitatively, like when you're looking at school culture,
Right.
so that you want to quantify it, but you can't always tell from the numerical values the underlying assumptions that are driving what's going on.
Right.
I just wonder if there's a way, either through a descriptive rubric or some way, to get to a numerical value that still allows for some descriptive.
That's a great question, Brad. And yes, we do encourage you to always get to a point where they are numerical. And you can turn some subjective things into objective things, like school culture. Perhaps you can measure with a survey. You can measure with things that are indicators of school culture. So we encourage you to think about measures that would give you numerical value that are indicators that you can actually measure. Because it really wasn't measuring what we really wanted. And we realized that after about a year, we're thinking, this isn't working. Behavior hasn't changed. It really is the wrong measure. What we really want to measure is this. You'll figure that out as you go through the process, and that's okay. Change the measure. Some measures, bad measures, can drive bad behavior, can drive the wrong behavior, which you want to catch quickly and change. So, the visual, the planning process, a plan, do, check, act. There's a leadership team in the middle that's driving all of this. And this is not an exercise that engages, that you do down in the organization. This is an exercise that we encourage it be done at the very top of the organization. Leadership is engaged. And we'll talk in subsequent sessions about how this works. But the important point is to get the notion that it's about the process. The plan isn't what's important, it's about the process. And getting that down and running that in a quality way. Okay? And the difference between a balanced scorecard and a strategic plan. Your strategic plan identifies these things. It's typically longer term and higher level. It identifies your vision, mission, goals, and objectives, and your measures. Typically, strategic plans have lagging indicators, things that take a year or more to be able to realize. The balanced scorecard contains all that you would have in a strategic plan, but it begins to identify your strategies. Now remember, strategies are assumptions about cause and effect relationships. If I do this, then this will happen. The strategies are the things that make the goals and objectives come to be. And so the balanced scorecard is where you identify those strategies. That's where you want people with who are steeped in educational research and those sorts of things to be able to work with you to craft those strategies. From strategies, we encourage you to develop leading indicators that tell you whether the strategies are working, and the balanced scorecard also identifies the projects that will bring those strategies to life and make them happen. And then we turn that into a process. Okay? I've talked about those kinds of things. Any questions that you have about the process or why strategic planning is important?
You that very good presentation and aligned well with the material. As we go into this, first of all, I think it should be crystal clear by all of us before we take it back to the board and out to the groups. Who is this plan for? You know, if there's confusion on that, we will have problems. And I've conceived from the beginning, and if there's any discussion around this, this is for K-12 education in Indiana. Now we're setting a larger milieu of workforce development and higher ed and the whole, you know, human development, human capital kind of approach. But this is for K-12 at this point, education in Indiana. Any school that's accredited, endeavors connect with K-12, that's the plan, that's the indicators, that's the goals we're working on.
And that is how we approach it, Dan.
I appreciate you bringing that point up. We approach this as it is one plan for K-12 education for Indiana. Now, different organizations may play different roles within that plan, but the plan is for K-12 education. You only want one plan in an organization. It does not work if you have 2 or 3 or 4 plans. So it's one plan. As we go through this process, we'll talk more about roles within the execution of the plan. Again, going back to this diagram, there are different roles that are played within this, and we'll get clarity around those roles as we go through this process.
So, and when I say K-12, we could have a goal or an objective around pre-K preparation so children are prepared to learn K, but the core of our thing. But this is kind of hard for you, but if you were going to say there's one thing, the most successful organizations you've worked with in terms of, if you look 2 or 3 years out, boy, they really use this process to accomplish a lot. What are the key elements? What's the difference between the high return, and then what are the key things to those that fail or are less productive? And you have a lot of experience. So before we set out on this, I have a few ideas of what you might say, but you've done so much of this, I'd be interested if we were going to focus on some keys to make us successful. What would they be? There's a lot of material here. And if we were going to avoid certain decisions or behaviors that would make us less successful or maybe even fail at this, what have you learned over the years to give us, kind of boil it all down for me? Here are the keys to success, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a great question. And I would invite my colleagues here to opine as well. That's a good southern word, opine. The one thing that I would say to you that's the most important is fidelity to this process. And that will become clearer and clearer as we go through this, what that means. But executive leadership being a part of this and on a day-by-day basis, and getting clear about what they believe their strategies are, what they really believe will make their goals come into being. Engaging the rest of the organization in that, being clear with everyone in the organization about what those strategies are, and just hammering away at, let's get this project done because it puts my strategy in place. Let's make sure that the teachers believe it and are behind it. Let's make sure they get the right professional. Thinking things through all the way to the ground, being very rigorous about the process. The most successful organizations do that well. I've watched this in a large urban school district where the superintendent absolutely believed in it. The deputy ran this process on a weekly basis, 7:30 every morning, reviewing the key projects that were on his list. making sure that the regional superintendents were engaged and had the principals engaged. So following the process would be the thing that would be my answer to your question. And making sure that that it's not just a central office process, but they're really thinking about this all the way down to the school, down to the classroom. What happens in that classroom is the teacher really, because when it gets down to it, none of this makes any difference unless the teachers are engaged and bought in. So making sure that link is all the way down to the classroom. And that's a hard thing for states to do, right? To have that connection point all the way from the state down to the classroom. And
Quick question about the balance between a large K-12 organization, which Dan so aptly talked about the size of it, and then the actual products that will come about through this process. And I'm a little nervous about providing meaningful direction to the organization. And going back to your comment about a one-pager for the entire state of Indiana, I'm thinking, is that possible? Is it going to be some overall feel-good mission vision statements that have no meaning down within the organization? So this might be a good time to sort of share with us your feeling on that.
behind that one page are a lot of strategies that can be pontificated on ad nauseam. So there's just a kind of a summary. You can get a sense from our one page of what we're trying to do, what's important to us. But behind it, there's a lot more information. So you really cannot, to your point, represent accurately where you want an entire state education to go in one page. But you can capture the essence of the message.
So how would you see the products, which are essentially the objectives, in another terminology? Basically, how many are we looking at? 200s, thousands? What's the scope of this?
The best plans have 3 to 5 goals. And we always push you to go less than more, because there's only so much that you can do. Because remember, you're planning so that you can launch work. You're not planning for kicks and grins. You're planning because you're going to take this plan and you're going to put people to work. There's only so much work you can cram into a period of time. So being more focused allows you to be clear about the work that you want. Now, our process, you're going to plan more work than you can do within a year. Okay, you can just bet on that out of the get-go. Our process sequences those so that you start things and then finish them and start more things so that you do those in sequence. And we'll help you with the sequencing. But no, it won't. The one-pager is to get the essence. And a strategic plan ought to be the talking point for leaders. This is where we're going. This is our vision. When I had a strategic plan for my organization, when I was Chief Information Officer for a large urban, that was what I talked about with the chamber about. Those were my strategic plan. This is where I'm going. This is my vision for this school district. It lines with the superintendent's vision. That was my talk. But I had a one-pager that I used to convey the vision.
So again, how do you envision, how many products will we have at the conclusion of this, 1 or 1,000 or somewhere in between?
You'll probably launch 3 to 5 goals. Each goal will have 2 or 3 objectives. You'll have within each goal 2 or 3 projects. And you can probably launch and manage productively 14 or 15 projects at a time. Large urban, we had a superintendent who had a rule: we will launch no more than 14 projects. And that was an arbitrary number, but when we finished one, we'd launch another. But it just gave us a kind of a cut point. And you will realize at cut point, the determining factors are the number of resources that you have. Because one of the things about strategic planning, your folks are all busy right now. And if you go into your organization, they're all busy, real busy probably. Like every other agency I've been in, they've got more things to do than they can say grace over. So nobody has any time to take on the project. So this process, what you're doing is saying, there's some work that we need to eliminate because it's not as important as this other strategic work. So what you're beginning to communicate to the organization is, Stop doing some other things so that you can now pick up this. And what you're wanting to do is try to, right now your base load, your people have a baseline work, they're all busy. You want to push that base load work down and give them time to do project work. Okay? So you want to begin to think about what people do on a day-to-day basis, those processes are running. Let's try to eliminate some of that work so we give them time for projects. Or you find additional money and resources to add on top of the base load, additional people. Those are all things that you'll struggle with through this process. Through the process.
So budgeting becomes a big part of making this happen.
Budgeting is the key. When you go to launch a project, you're going to give a group of people a task, set of tasks, and to implement your strategy that you came up with in your strategic plan. And you cannot give those people those tasks unless you give them money. So an integral part of this process is the budgeting and resource allocation that you wrestle with on a week-by-week basis. If you don't do all those things, then this strategic plan sits on the shelf.
Occasionally you'll have a windfall, a government grant or something, but basically the way you're going to budget that is to stop doing certain things. I call it organized abandonment. So you have to abandon some things conscientiously and invest in a priority because the priority has a bigger payoff. Okay.
The other thing that, in answer to your question, Dan, which is a very good question, I think get clarity around the roles that you want to play. We've seen this process actually help boards and school districts and state agencies work better together because there's an aha moment at some point that, oh, okay, so that's our role, and that's their role, and this is how we work together, and this is how we share information, and this is the information that, and this actually makes information easier to share because we can see what is important to look at from a strategic standpoint. So the process actually helps to strengthen those relationships. So that getting everybody clear on their roles and buying into the process is how I answer that question. And I'm over my time, I think, for a few minutes. So, but any other questions before I turn it over to Chris?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Rick did hit the important points about what's important, really crucial in sustaining this. One of the guys that we worked with for years, Dr. Busley, his simple phrase is stay the course. And I think people with experience in educational systems understand that changes at the top can be very disruptive. So the worst, sort of the worst nightmare scenario that we've seen is an organization embraces this process, a new leader comes in and says, oh, we don't do that anymore, and all that work goes away. So, it's a commitment. But, I also very much liken it, excuse me, to exercise. And it really is a discipline. And if you keep with the discipline, you get the payments for the discipline. If you abandon that discipline around the holidays, you put on a lot of weight, like I do. That's how it works. So I just, at this point, want to walk you through in a sort of another layer of detail about how this process works and how the terms work. And the way we generally work with groups is not to try and get it all done at one time. We kind of go over it a number of times so that you get increasingly comfortable with what we're talking about. So this won't be the last time you'll hear all of these things. But I just want to give you a sense of the scope of the process and how it works. And the other thing that I would point out that Rick has alluded to is communicating this. One of the things that Covey has discovered with private sector organizations is even when they have clear visions and missions, if they do a bad job of communicating them, then the people in the organization have no idea what they should be doing to contribute to that work. So that's one of the key things that I emphasize in this. I believe, as a matter of faith, that it's leadership's responsibility to do at least the first suggestion of how your organization needs to do things. Not just give them the objectives, the what's. Here's the outcomes that we expect, and no information about how to achieve those outcomes. Because after all, leaders should have more experience, and they should be able to at least give a good first first approximation of what those strategies should be, and then work with your people to make sure that they come in line. But I don't believe that leaders should be completely divorced from any conversation about how we implement this. I think it needs to start there. You need to give them a framework for implementation. So that's why what we emphasize in this process is clarity and specificity about what we're going to do. So I kind of break it into three pieces in my mind. The first part is kind of maps to the traditional strategic planning that is typical in education. Create a mission statement. Mission statement talks about where we are right now. It talks about what the organization really is. It attempts to describe the organization in a concise way, to talk about what are the services that your organization provides and who are the people that your organization provides those services to. Because I think those are the two really important things that define an organization. So here's a general example, and I won't stay here because you'll have an exercise where you look at quite a few of these mission statements very shortly, so I don't need to work on this too hard. You also have a vision statement typically. Now these are the big chunks of your strategic statement. The mission statement says, where are we today? The vision statement says, where do we want to be 20 years from now? And between the two of them, they kind of give you the general trajectory of where you want the organization to go. In a sense, the rest of the process is simply becoming increasingly specific about what that means and how to get there. But these two pieces that we'll start work on are very important because they become your elevator speech. They become the way you communicate sort of the very high level ideas in the organization. And your vision statement also reflects the values and the beliefs in your organization in a way. It says what we value, what we think are important. The next level that we work at are what we call goals. Now, goals are very large sort of priority areas in a sense. And they need to increasingly define your vision. So in other words, the idea being if this is our vision, then these are the 3 or 4 most important things that we need to concentrate on. And again, your goals also reflect what the organization believes, what they value. At this level, in the balanced scorecard at any rate, we're not looking for the type of specificity that, the term SMART goals that people use. We actually apply that to the next level down, to objectives. But at the goals level is where this idea of perspectives comes in. The balanced scorecard originally came from the private sector, and it was created to ask companies to not focus simply on the bottom line, which in their initial model was the financial perspective. But they said that organizations should look at 4 different perspectives. One, the bottom line, which in education is student achievement, of course. The other being stakeholders. How do the people around your organization, how are they involved? What does your organization know? What is its potential for learning and growth? And of course, that's crucial in an educational organization, a learning organization. And finally, how is it that you go about doing your work? Look carefully at how you get things done. And their argument is that balancing your strategic planning in these 4 areas allows you to be more holistic in your approach to planning. So typically in the type of balanced scorecards we do for educational organizations, it's at the goal level that these perspectives come in. And
very good. Learning and growth. Are you talking about your developing the knowledge base and skills and talents of our co-workers, the teachers and principals and lunch people?
Absolutely, yeah.
So that's
It's your
where we
human
really
capital.
focus on
Yeah.
building our human capacity to meet.
Absolutely.
So as we know from so much of the research, so that's where we would talk about where do we get teachers, how do we build them up, how do we support them, how do we help flourishing in that realm.
Mm-hmm. And you can see, I think these sort of make natural sense to people. Most people struggle a little bit with the internal process one. The stakeholder one is obvious, I think, for most organizations, and clearly, stakeholder relationships are an important thing. Learning and growth, which you've hit, student achievement. Internal processes are just, what are the methods that you use to get things done? One of the internal processes, by the way, is the balanced scorecard process. But another would be curriculum, assessment processes, how you get all this stuff done, come together. Now,
You get that Are you going to do more work on the stakeholder? You said that was kind of obvious.
Well, I'm just saying that I think, certainly I've heard from our conversations that we've had in the last meeting that stakeholder engagement is an important theme for you all. But I wasn't really going to go into much detail. Other than to say that what's interesting is that our experience with balanced scorecards in education is that there's a natural alignment between the goals that typically come out in these balanced scorecards and these 4 perspectives. Because for the most part, what we see is, as Rick said, 3 to 5 goals. Now, that may well be somewhat related to the 4 perspectives because, you know, they group around the 4. But in point of fact, I've never really seen an educational balance scorecard that didn't have increase or improve student achievement as the first goal. It's hard to imagine, you know, an educational organization that didn't look at it that way. Obviously, that aligns with student achievement. There's always a goal about increasing stakeholder relationships, increasing stakeholder involvement in these balanced scorecards. There's always something about attracting and retaining highly qualified staff. And then somewhere in the internal processes, you'll very usually see effective use of resources, especially since the budget, you know, crisis has really been impinging on these organizations for the past decade or so. And I often see things about safe and secure environment, which I think is also a process issue in a sense. It's how you get things done. So it's not something that we really push too hard because it seems to naturally fall out in terms of the thinking of educational organizations and their strategies. But it's at this goal level. So structurally, often balanced scorecards are split into 4 goal areas, and there's a, 4 perspectives, and there's a goal in each perspective. An alternative way to do it is simply to talk about how your goals align with these perspectives rather than breaking them into 4 chunks. The most important point in this is the holistic thinking aspect, is to not simply concentrate on student achievement and summary test scores, but to understand, which I think most good organizations today do, the relationship between the quality of your staff, how the community works with the organization, and how you actually get your business done. So, to answer your question, we'd looking at 3 to 5 goals for this organization that you all would craft. And again, remember, these are high-level sort of focus areas, really, in a sense. It's at the next level that we really get to the SMART acronym, you know, the idea of something that's measurable and that is time-bound. So objectives, which, again, are aligned to goals in our structure. This is all essentially an outline sort of structure. So goals will have some objectives identified underneath them. Those objectives will have numerical targets embedded in them and a time frame, a schedule. So a good example here is, you know, increasing middle school literacy scores 15% over the next 2 years. You can measure that, you know when to measure it, you know when to look at it. And these really tell you what success looks like. But again, they're summative success factors. So in my mind, I think the easiest thing is to associate lagging indicators to the objectives, because they really are, they're the indicators that tell you whether you've had success or not, but they don't really predict much about along the way. And they don't tell you how to change course. They don't tell you how to manage the organization differently, because by the time you've gotten them, you know, it's like the end of the year finances. So it's at the objectives level that we really ask people to be specific, numerical, and time-bound about the outcomes that they're looking for.
Can you talk about that particular goal and how we operationalize it at the local school level? We're state policymakers, so we could have that goal and everyone could embrace it, or everyone could ignore it. What's your experience in state policymakers setting a goal like that and having it actually done at the school corporation level?
Well, I would say that as with most of this process, the key comes in the implementation and the how you get things done. Generally, there's not a lot of variation in terms of goals and objectives in organizations that we work with. I mean, they're similar organizations, and they pretty much want the same sort of things, and intelligent professionals have identified these are the important things we need to do. The trouble, of course, is how do you get them done? So that's where things really change, is where you start to talk about how you're going to have the people in the organization behave or act in order to make this stuff work. So that's where we'll really differentiate between, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if this higher strategic statement level is not dissimilar from a district or a school or something else. I mean, we're talking about educational ideas here. What's really going to change with your specific strategic plan is the means of implementation.
The best that we've seen, though, if I could interject, is in Delaware, where, now that's a smaller state, right? And no two districts are very far apart. But they cascaded this process from the state to the district and district to the school. And what made it attractive to the districts and schools was the state said, here's our strategic planning process, here's our structure, here's our vernacular. If you submit a balanced scorecard to the state, you don't have to do any other plans. It will take care of all other plans, federal programs, everything. They rolled them all up into one, and they were heroes to the school district. To Chris's point, they allowed a great deal of flexibility once you got below the goal level, right? They could adopt their own strategies, but they got them all to agree, these are our basic goals.
So there may be some accountability incentives built in that would encourage and persuade local districts to meet one or several of these goals, because I believe mission and vision, every district's going to meet that. It's the goal level where we're really going to see the substantive changes.
And one of the opportunities that you have here, and at the risk of getting on the soapbox, state agencies across the nation, we've worked with a lot of them. There are things that you can do that can help districts accomplish certain things that they would not be able to do on their own. And it's particularly your small districts. I know your larger urban districts just want you to go away. That's typically what we see. But this kind of a process is a way for thoughtful consideration and dialogue about what the state can do and how far it goes down into the district and a support standing. And where do you want to draw that line? Do you want to draw it very far away, or do you want to go deep? In every state, it's a different story. The further west you go, you typically more autonomy between state and district. Further east, you get but that's kind of changing. Even Arizona right now, they're going all the way down to the classroom and supporting what's going on at the local level with the support of the local. So that this process is a great opportunity for you to have one strategic planning process for the state all the way down to the school, including school improvement plans. So
That's the linkage that we have seen very powerfully. So when you start looking at all schools have to do school improvement plans. And of course, usually you have to follow federal guidelines when you're certainly in the Title I arenas and those type things. But what structure that those are given, and then what support is given to attain those. Look at things like professional development. When you have training, whether it's regional or local training, what is the training around? Well, if you have a set of targets you're looking for, and you know you need to support those, then it really does help you allocate your resources, allocate your budget, allocate your professional development, and your accountability. What data does the state ask for from the LEA?
So they're saying it's a systems approach to what we're trying to do. It's not isolated projects that we're trying to do that maybe create something that we like. It's a whole systems approach where everything is aligned, moving toward a particular mission vision with products. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, the other thing to point out is that the process of creating these things, which I'm talking about, those are important conversations that an organization has, and a lot of the details and a lot of things that they believe and sort of basic assumptions come out during those conversations. So it's not only the process of doing this, the process of actually creating each of these things in reality is a very valuable piece. Right now it's kind of cold to talk about it, and so I will try and get through it as quickly as possible. This speaks to your question right here. This is something that I'm absolutely passionate about. You don't get anywhere by having 50 things on your strategic plan, and that's one of the big mistakes that most people make, is that they put too many things in. The strategic planning process is often an inclusive process. It's used to build community and that sort of work. That's fine up to a point, but at a certain point you have to focus.
And you know, clearly, if you have a to-do list with 100 things on it, each one of them has a very low possibility of getting done. But if you have one thing on that to-do list, you'll probably get to it. And that's very true with the balanced scorecard as well. I mean, other than goals, we really recommend 3 or less, 3 or fewer of anything, objectives, strategies. Because if you simply think about the math, if you have 4 goals, 3 objectives per goal, and 3 strategies per objective, you're up in 27, 30 already. That's an awful lot to get done. If each one of those strategies requires a project, you can see that half of that work is going to have to be deferred. So it's very important to really use this process to focus on the most important things, the big rocks that you have to move first. And then once you get those done and you get good with the process, the easier it becomes to move those little rocks. So generally, that's the first big piece of this is a type of strategic plan that most of us are used to and most of us have seen with vision, mission, goals, objectives. What's we've really emphasized in our work is this idea of moving from what to how. And this is important. We'll come back and hit this a couple of times. But what's our outcomes? Objectives define your outcomes. Strategies talk about how you're going to achieve those outcomes. And one of the things that I use as a really key piece of this is that strategies really need to describe actual work that people are going to do. So my argument is that a strategy, you should be able to sketch out a budget pretty quickly. This is how I define the difference between a what and a how. A how I can budget pretty easily. A what I have a hard time budgeting. So for example, if my objective is to decrease or increase graduation rate, how much does that cost? Who knows? I mean, there's just no way to figure that out. But if one of your strategies in increasing the graduation rate was to create credit recovery programs in all high schools or something like that, most people could sit down and give you a budget to that pretty quickly within reason. And that's, I think, one of the more helpful ways that people have. Strategies, you know, there's plenty of good strategies out there. There's best practices. This is where you start to do your research. This is where you bring in content experts, subject experts in the organization, and really start to look for what are the things that we're going to actually do to achieve this particular objective. So they're, as Rick said there, you're assuming that if we take this action, it will change these numbers here. So an example of, you know, strategies to increase middle school literacy scores, where this was a district that actually figured what they would do is use their formative assessment system to identify kids in the lower quartile and provide them, you know, extra remediation. You can, again, good strategies, you can see how much they would cost. You can visualize what that would take to do. And so they are good, clear action plans, aligned, reflected best practice. Sure.
Are they written, I don't want to say vaguely, because I keep hearing everybody say precise, precise, precise. How do we ensure that the schools are using data-driven assessments and things that are proven to work if we don't say you have to do this? Which I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all.
Right.
How do we write it in there, just in the strategies portion, to say, we'll let you kind of pick what you're going to use to do this? But
well, I mean, if that's, again, this was something that came out of a district example, so it's probably not as good an example to use here. But again, it's in the language, it's in the clarity. This is the type of things that you're going to wordsmith, because these strategies are messages you're sending to the people in the organization. This is how you're telling people in the organization, what should I do in order to align to these goals and objectives? So if you want to build flexibility into things, an example like that, do you want to use a specific reading, a specific formative assessment test? How much flexibility do you give the districts? And that's something that changes from state to state, because there's, you know, sort of political history involved in that.
Specifically, we would give them a range of.
If that was the cultural decision,
in this example, to drive this further, you might say you're going to have a conversation. If your strategy is to use formative assessments, then you're going to have a conversation. Well, do we provide them with a formative assessment engine from the state? Some states are doing it. Do the districts even want us to do that? And so you'll have that conversation about how far you drive your role.
And where would that list of formative assessments fall in this process? Where would that list of formative assessments fall?
Well, for example, to tie it to projects, you know, if you have formative assessment, if you have a statewide formative assessment system that's in place and that's working, then you're in a position to specify that that's what we're going to use. If you have no formative assessment or inconsistent formative assessment throughout the districts in the state, then we're going to have to do some work in order to have this strategy work. That's an example of what a project is, what Rick was talking about, a project that's generated from this.
And I think that's where the tie-in comes with school improvement plans.
Right. That's
Yeah.
very good connection. Closing on that, I couldn't hear.
I said that's where a tie-in comes in with school improvement plans.
Oh, absolutely, correct. Yeah, absolutely. And this one, I want to make sure we answer your question. It's a good question. You would, if you wrestle with the formative assessment, what role does the state play? If you decide as a state we want to roll out a formative assessment engine, then you launch a project to actually write an RFP to select a formative assessment engine, purchase it, train everyone how to use it, and you can even use measures to see, well, how many of the teachers who are teaching literacy are actually using this assessment engine. So you can create metrics from that to see is it even being used and useful. So it may play out that way. It may play out that the districts don't want us as a state to do that. So what we will do for the districts is we'll do some volume purchase agreements with 4 or 5 vendors and say, here's 4 or 5 vendors. We've driven the price all the way down to the bottom. You pick whichever one you like, and then you take it. So you wrestle with those through this process to figure out what role you want to play.
And in a couple occasions in my time, especially the last 4 years, we've been pretty prescriptive, but the local districts, they didn't want to follow our guidance on reading. They're still accountable to meet the objective. And if innovative educators have a better mousetrap, we've been inclined to say, write it up and use it. But drive the numbers, boys and girls. I mean, you're professionals. And I think you could do something like that on this that says, you have a lot of creative people out there, and with charter schools and all the different options emerging, you're finding innovation that you almost have to do something like that, it would seem, on the strategy. Although if we have really good research behind a path that works and really good professional development, the more you do it and the more you share, you can get pretty darn good at it. But I think we've worked around that on occasion in a way that allowed the creativity to roll, but the objective was clear.
Yeah, I think you've hit it very clearly when you say that everybody's responsible for the outcomes. You need to get the outcomes done effectively. As I say, leadership has a responsibility to suggest potential initial ones to people who don't have a clue how to get the outcome achieved. Then you need to suggest that for them. If you have some very high-performing parts of the organization that say we don't need this, we have no problem making those numbers, not only is that fine, but it's also a good source for other people. You learn best practices from within the organization often. Brett?
This may be a question to put the parking lot, but it's weighing heavily in the back of my mind because we're talking through the mechanics, and and as we talk through the mechanics, I'm starting to think about how do you operationalize this, and at the local level, you'd have a board, you have a central office staff, then you have teachers have to carry it out. And you talked about fidelity, Rick, about if we don't push it to the classroom, you can't really appreciate what you're trying to do at the highest level. So at some point, I guess my parking lot question is, as we go along, is I'm getting the mechanics, but how do we appreciate and respect the roles and responsibilities? We're a state board, and as an entity, we're going to set direction. There's a department that's going to carry it out, but then there's even this LEA level. I'm trying to build an analogy here to the local district, but at the LEA level, they would be somewhat trying to push that out. How do we allow for that to have that reality to have some place to have a voice, so that we're not just simply saying, okay, here's how we're going to do it. And maybe we are supposed to say that. You mentioned we obviously provide some how to it, and I can see that. But I think one of the things I'm curious is how do we do it, especially if we're talking about the ability to influence what happens locally, and we want to see a replication of that strategic thought process find its way to the LEA level. Where are those?
Well, and Rick alluded to that in terms of the Delaware example of what we call cascading, which is basically to try and get this process to be replicated at the level below you and ultimately at the school level. And I think that, but the other thing that I was thinking of when you were asking that question is, of course, a common set of terms. common set of ways of thinking about a strategic planning process. You know, probably not everyone at all the LEAs throughout the state has the same paradigm of what strategic planning should be. Probably a lot of them still out there writing a 20-page book and sticking it on the shelf. So having that process and that common understanding of how you get this done move throughout the organization, I think can do a lot to align what people are doing.
Let me just, if I may, because it is an important question, I want to plant in your head that the question needs to be asked every time you think through some strategies. Go back to and ask the question, how are we going to make sure the teacher in the classroom uses this? Or can we even, or do we even expect that? I think that your question you just asked has to be something you weigh every strategy against, so that you have a plan that really is meaningful and is of service to the schools. I had an opportunity to work with a lot of states that won the Race to the Top monies, and one in particular got a lot of money, helped them use this process to lay out all their projects. So they had 43 projects. Okay. I don't recommend that. They had 43 projects that were launched at one time, and it just created chaos. But throughout the whole process, they struggled with your question: how do we get this stuff delivered all the way down to every classroom in the state? And the State Department did not have a delivery mechanism to do that. They didn't have the ability to do that. So those are things you'll wrestle with, and we want you to wrestle with each and every strategy that you talk about. You know, how you bring that value to the district.
And this is just an observation. When I'm working with school administrators around the state and talking with them, and I felt this way as a building principal in Indiana, when the school improvement process first came out in Indiana, it became largely a compliance exercise where we went through, we created a plan, and we were trying to make sure we were doing things right. And I think what we have an opportunity here isn't just for us to develop a strategic plan as a board, but I think we have a chance to model a process that moves us beyond trying to do things right to how do we know we're doing the right thing that results in the greatest impact with our students. And so that's why I'm asking these questions, and as we go along today, I may ask follow-up questions just to make sure I understand that, because as we're going through some of the stuff today, I want to get to a great plan, balanced scorecard, but I'd really like to see us model how to do this well so that at the local level it can be replicated to a way that really gets us focused. Because the biggest thing I hear in the strategic plan right now is teachers are suffering from initiative fatigue. They're going, not another plan means what more things are you going to do to me, and I'd rather see us move from that to how do we do things with you to what is going to be done to us. And I think the process, I'm seeing the mechanics, but I want to make sure I understand those relationships so we get it right on that front.
Chris, I'd like to, when Rick brought up this sentence, and I had outlined it in preparing for the meeting on page 2, it's the third paragraph. I think we've mentioned it already, but I'll just go back to it. An organization does not achieve success in its goals and excellence in operations by good fortune or hard work. That, my German background shakes it, that statement. But by focused efforts on the right things. There are certain objectives and goals we can pick that will have manifold and exponential effect, and if we can get the teachers, I've worked with them so many ways over the years and been a teacher myself, your love of the children and their hopes for their future and your professional pride, if we write those well, they'll find a lot of innovative ways to get there, and they'll add hard work to it. But if at this level, if we could focus on the right things, I think we'll get there. We can't download 20 more things. I had one time I was principal, and I was superintendent. I had a principal that had a sign over his desk, and it said, "Don't should on me today." Now, there was a little play on words there, but sometimes that's the process. You should do this now. You should do this now. And you're saying, I think I'm going to close my door now and just leave me alone. So we've been admonished a few times here. Pick a few ones that have big waves, and then let the professional support, et cetera, take over and drive those numbers. And their love of the profession and why they chose to go in it, And their professional pride will drive the thing. Teams, principals, districts, huh?
I think the other thing that ties to that, excuse me, I didn't see your hand go up earlier, but another thing that ties to that, that's absolutely critical, choosing fewer items is true. But also the reason we do mission and vision first is because this is not an annual process. I think one of the things we get into so much trouble with planning is it's almost like annual planning. You know, teachers can tell you this, and what's the flavor of the month this year? You know, what is the hot topic this year we want to push? And the idea with the strategic planning is you do set those benchmark standards out there, the goals you want to reach, the objectives, the targets you want to reach. But you don't, you know, they don't flip-flop. They don't change every year, every 2 years. You know, you set them out there and you work to really attain those across the state. And it's absolutely critical that we foster the long view, if that makes any sense, with the strategic plan. And that's why visioning at the beginning is important, because we're not writing this for next year. Go ahead, Sue.
Yeah, I was going to say I agree with Brad that the school improvement process has become a compliance. And we'll have to take a look at statute too, because some of the compliance pieces are in there, and then all schools aren't required to do it. So we have some barriers, you know, making those linkage, but I agree wholeheartedly, you know, that the school improvement plan is the key to making things happen.
Yeah, we talk about it as a transmission between essentially what goes on in central office place and what goes on in the classrooms. You have to somehow get those linked. And the school improvement plan is an existing form for doing that. It's unfortunately become debased as a compliance thing. The other thing to keep in mind about strategies that's important is this idea of metrics, because they really do help define the strategy in more detail than just the statement of the strategy alone. As I said, we tend to associate lagging indicators with the objectives, with the what's. The leading indicators, I think, are easier to identify with the strategies. And there's sort of two parts of a strategy that you want to measure in terms of a strategy. Let me get to that. You want to measure not only whether it's effective, but you also need to get some idea of whether it's actually being carried out. And you alluded to this in terms of how do we know, you know, these things are being done. So lagging indicators that are leading indicators do two things for you. First of all, they tell you whether you're actually having the impact that you want to have. Are these formative assessments being given? Is that actually being done? Because if it's not being done, the strategy is not being implemented, so it's useless, and there's no reason to expect that it's going to have any ultimate impact on your objective numbers. So you have to have an idea of what we call a process measure, so just counting number of formative assessments in this particular case to know that they're actually being given. Because if the teachers aren't giving those formative assessments, you're never going to identify the bottom quartile, and the whole rest of the strategy is dead in the water. But ultimately, you also want to have an idea of whether this is working. You want to look at those formative assessment results to see if they're moving up. If you know that the formative assessments are being administered and you know that the formative assessment results are moving upwards, then those give you a very good prediction that ultimately your outcome here, objective outcome, is going to be realized. So that's kind of what we mean by leading lagging indicators and the predictive ability. But to respond to your point, these measures are an important part of the strategies. All right, so you're saying, you know, this is what we expect you to do, but this is what we're going to look at to make sure it's getting done. And that's an important message.
Formative assessment results, those are quantifiable.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be, we're creating a process, and so we end up measuring processes rather than measuring outcomes.
Yeah.
We're going to be measuring outcomes. Is that correct?
Well, no. At the strategy level, you also want to measure the process because you want to make sure it's happening. And you know, and to respond to Brad's question, in a sense, how do you know that the things that you've put into your strategic plan here are actually being implemented at the school level?
But the bottom, you could measure process, and the process is taking place, and there's no positive
Correct,
outcomes.
and that's why we also look at the outcome as well.
So it'd be both.
Yes.
Process again, because school could carry out a process and have no discernible positive outcomes.
Yeah. You have to know two things, basically, because ultimately what you're going to do is you're going to come to a point where you say, is this strategy working? And the two questions that you have to ask at that point is, first of all, is the strategy being carried out with fidelity? If it's not, the conversation about whether it's an effective strategy is really not a useful conversation. But you also have to then say, okay, it's been carried out with fidelity, but it hasn't produced the results that we expect, which means in that case it's not a very good strategy. So you throw that one out and you get a better strategy. If you have a strategy where you're not able to tell whether it's actually being implemented with fidelity, then you really can't even make that distinction. So that's, yeah, you do need to measure both those pieces. I completely agree. All right, so we don't need to worry about that so much, but you know, the important thing is, I just said this, is you want to know if the strategy is being worked. And they really are only useful if they're based on, supported by accurate data ultimately, because this becomes because you ultimately use these numbers to set targets and baselines and actually set expectations for the organization in that. Part of this process that we're talking about, the strategic planning process, is translating from what you want to do to how you're going to do it and measuring how, and then taking your day-to-day management attention and placing it on those questions of how to get it implemented. So it's not just a matter of this high-level discussion. That's the first part. But then the real work starts, is how are we going to actually get these things implemented, okay? So then once you have that in place, then's when you really start the process of implementing the balanced scorecard by deciding where you want your objective numbers to go, setting some targets for the organization. As Rick talked about, many of these strategies typically need one-time project work to get them in place, create a formative assessment system or any other number of things. And so it's important to make sure that these projects actually happen. Important thing to understand about projects in this particular context is until the project's finished, it can have absolutely no impact on student achievement, right? You're just doing work at an organizational level. So one of the reasons that we really emphasize project management as part of this is because these projects can't go on forever. If they go on forever, then you're never going to move the needles. It's only when you get the projects done, put new processes in place, get people working in a new way, that you really expect to see those needles move. So now you've put those in place, you're assessing your strategies, you're assessing your objectives, you're adjusting and moving on. And this process becomes a continuous improvement process. And that's why it's important to not try and get a perfect balanced scorecard to begin with, because I would argue there is no such thing as a perfect balanced scorecard, but there is a perfect balanced scorecard process that constantly tunes that plan to a more and more effective level. So again, we wanted to make sure that you had a sense of what these things meant, that you're comfortable with these terms. Yes, ma'am. No.
Just a quick question. We had talked on several occasions about getting stakeholder input, and I guess I'm just curious at what point we actually have that happen in the process. Are we doing it before we set goals to get input on what the stakeholders feel the goals need to be, or are we setting goals and then sending them out to get input on kind of what's been said?
Because of the scheduling, about the same time, and we're going to address that specifically later on this afternoon. So I'll just ask you to table that question, but it's a good question. It's something that we have to take a look at. So basically, what we're coming is with a straw set of terms. You feel free to adjust the terms. We ask you to stay true to the concepts behind these, but you can really call them whatever you want. But this is, if you don't have a really powerful reason, wouldn't necessarily change this. And the other thing is, in terms of formats, what this thing's going to look like. As Rick said, it's a document. You can do it with a pencil and paper on the back of an envelope. There's no reason not to. You can use more powerful, extremely powerful tools. A couple of states have created statewide online tools where all this stuff goes into a database. But in the end, you can do as effective a job managing a balanced scorecard at this level as you can at this level. What's important is the process that we're going through here in the conversation.
Question, could you find a typewriter? I'm just trying to remember what those look like.
I have one in, I keep one in my basement just for someone like you. The other thing is that in the hotel we're staying at, right by the lobby on the second floor, is a series of photographs of old typewriters. I have no idea why, that just popped into my head. But again,
Before you leave that, have any states aligned other reporting requirements from the local school district to the state with a balanced scorecard so that there's a system-wide approach the balanced scorecard align with everything else schools are reporting in on?
Delaware's the one that's really done, done the most of the work in that.
So that
And
may
they
be
have-
preferable to a misaligned, disjointed system? Yes, okay.
I think so, and I think
I made my point.
they're happy with it. I mean, a lot of the people that we talked with in Delaware are quite happy with it because, again, the communication's easier.
Right.
There's
It just makes
less
sense.
communi-
If it's a system, the balanced scorecard should be aligned with everything else schools are reporting in on. That would just make sense.
Absolutely.
Some
So-
work, because we can't just
Definitely.
keep piling more stuff to send us.
Yeah.
We're gonna have some work to do there. May we take our break?
Sure, I'll just,
Cut that out.
no. I just wanted
Free
to,
to open the RFP process.
let me just finish up this one last business, which is, again, there's a number of different forms. Here's a Word form. We will provide you, if you want for now, an Excel version, which looks similar to this. And there's a lot of customization in terms of where things go. But what we would propose to do is collect the work that you've done and put it into that format for now. And of course, that's a format that you can change at any time and customize freely as you like. But just to let you know, so that we don't have to really worry about the terminology and the format, we're going to kind of take care of that for you up front. And then if you want to change, that's fine. And that's the end of my thing, so it's a perfect time for a break. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Should we take a 20-minute break, because we're a little behind? Everybody all right with that? What do we have down here? We had a 30-minute break? So now we have a 20-minute break, and I have, so we'll come back at 47, about 10:47. How's that? That puts us pretty close to on time. Thank you. We'll see how exactly we are. Harvey leading this part, or? It's my turn, yeah. Whoa! I didn't do that. I saw it jump. Talk about hazard pay.
Hi, my name's Harvey. I'm going to be doing this next section, and I get the good part. You see, I gave these guys the hard part where they have to go into it. My part is to lead us in our work session. We came to work, and so the good part is we're going to have a little intro, but basically this section is where you go to work. And we call this Leading with Mission and Vision, the first step in strategic planning. And going back, David, to something you said earlier, you know, sometimes people want to skip this part. Let's get to those goals. Let's get to those objectives, because that's where the real meat is, you know. And I think that really reflects something about who we are as a society, because we really want to get there. This first activity, though, we're going to have you do, ask you to do something that we don't always do well, I think, as educational professionals, and sometimes as professionals across the board, and that is to take time to stop and reflect. I mean, how many times do we stop and reflect on our business, reflect on our craft? Whether we're teachers or whether we're businessmen or whatever, or superintendents, eventually sometime we need to just say, okay, yeah, we're going to get to the goals, we're going to get to the strategies, but let's first see, do we all agree what path we're on? Do we all agree what path we should be on? Do we all agree that if we were going to wave a wand and say, this is where I would want education in Indiana to be 10 years from now? If I could just wave a wand and every one of you could say, okay, we're going to be there, you know, Back to the Future, 3 or 4 or whatever number it was. Anyway, we're going to go there. Would we even all agree on what that future should look like? You follow me? Because the reason that's critical as we're looking at strategic planning is we're looking not next year. We're looking 5 years out. We're looking 10 years out. How can you even begin to set benchmarks and goals and all that unless we agree on what that future should look like? It almost goes back to a question we were having, Sarah. I said to her, why are you as a teacher, why do you want to be on the board? You know? And when people ask you that question, I guess you get hit with that sometimes at, you know, civic associations or whatever, and people say, why do you want to be in this job? I mean, once you pass the obvious for the money, once you pass that, which is kind of, we all know as a joke, you had a desire inside of you as an individual that says, I'm going to put my public service there, right? And everybody has an answer to that question as to why I choose to put my extra time and energy here, right? But we all know that the job you're in right now, when we get into the job, it is a difficult job, as we all know. Matter of fact, I know this is my 43rd year, as I said, in public ed. Most of that time was spent working at the board level, either at the administration or board level at LEA, or working with universities, where George Washington was my university, or working with corporate groups. And sometimes this, having the joy of knowing what it means to work in public service, this is the way I often approached my morning. See if you can identify. And that's what you signed up for. You're signing on to say, okay, I could have done a lot of things with my time, but I'm going to take the barbs, and I'm going to do all this, and I'm going to have everybody yelling at me about what should the future look like. And that's why we need to sometimes step back and reflect. And I remember when I mostly got frustrated on my days working as I was assistant superintendent for almost 30 years in an urban school district, and when I got frustrated with trying to get there, guess where I retreated to? Take a wild guess. What's that? Always to the kids, and usually to the primary. You know, not that middle school is not good and all that, but if I really wanted to recenter myself, I'd go back there. And a colleague of mine just sent me something that you really appreciate there, because it was a first grade teacher's memoirs. And in her first grade teacher's classroom, she said she was walking around one day with her little kids who had just become primer readers, and she was giving them books, and she was noticing this one little kid who was really into his books so much. And she had to just stop. So she stopped and said, Billy, what are you so into? And what are you reading? And he says, I'm reading about a frickin' elephant. And she said, what? What did you say? I'm reading about a frickin' elephant. And she said, well, John, Billy, we don't talk like that here. She said, it's right here in the book. And she showed him. And that's exactly what it was, a frickin' elephant. And so when I really wanted to get energized, I go back to classroom. So actually, this is me back in the day when I was doing that, and periodically I'd go back there. And it made my day to begin to realize why I was doing what I was doing. Why do you sit through the board meetings? Why do you go to the public hearings? Why do you do all that? And this first activity we're going to ask you to do is reflective just that way. It's going to say, before we start into launching into strategic planning, we all need to agree, we all need to come to some agreement, even as a subcommittee, and then ultimately we'll go to your larger board. We all need to agree on the purpose piece, which is the mission piece. And you asked the question earlier, Dan, which is a good question. Who is this for? What is the mission for? Who is this for? And then the second thing is the vision piece. Let's begin to explore. We had some interesting dialogue once about some things you envisioned down the road, you know, what you thought education could and should be down the road in 5 years or 10 years. But we ought to talk about that, because that will help inform some of those goals and what we're going to measure and where we want to be. So this is kind of where we're going to go. This is actually the work session, and we're actually going to spend the rest of today, most of the rest of today, in that work session where you all will engage in these kind of questions and hopefully come up with some straw man answers. Now, of course, everything you all come up with as a subcommittee, you know, we will collect and we'll still vet with the larger group, but you're the genesis of where this goes. These are always topics or questions that come up among organizations. How do you differentiate between these? A lot of times people use it as a phrase. I mean, I almost hear it as a phrase, mission, vision, values, mission, vision, values. And they are tools, all of them are tools for creating organizational and cultural change. We get that. But you can have a consultant after consultant after consultant come, and some define mission one way, some define vision one way, and some even get values into the picture in another way. And so it really doesn't matter. We're not looking for the textbook answer. Matter of fact, we've even offered you some suggested answers in the literature. The real question is, what does this subcommittee see as the value of these, and where are they? So what I'd like for you to do is see if somebody next to you will talk to you for the next couple minutes. I'm going to give you about a couple minutes and see if you were to take your wisdom from your boards you've worked on, your institutions you work in right now, and you were to say, I want to give you the definition that I would feel comfortable using in this subgroup of those three things. How would you define mission, how would you define vision, and how would you define values from this perspective? Just see if somebody will talk to you, and we'll listen to the answer. A couple minutes. based on what you just heard, what would you like to add to flesh out, to clarify a little bit more than maybe what we had in our very bare bones, definitions that we gave you as a starting point? Would there be an element you'd like to add, a twist or something, when you're looking at like mission, or differentiating mission from vision or values? Somebody want to give me a feedback of what you heard? Yeah, you're pointing, he's pointing at you.
Well, the only thing vision, I kind of like thought of a time frame when I think of a parent bringing a child to the schools in Indiana. They might say, well, in 2025, what do we have here? What are you going to do? What are we going to do together? What could I expect? And so I kind of like the 2025 thing.
Okay.
I know that'll keep, either have to move that out if you keep thinking in terms of a kindergarten coming to the system, but that's the only little thing I'd put there, because that's seen a horizon. And we could partner with parents and educators and communities around that. I would think it gives you enough time frame, enough ramp to do something very special.
Right. It's a good point to look at. As educators, one of the great things about us is the fact that we're creating a product that we will get the raw product coming in next fall, and the end result of that product is going to be 13 years down the road. It's a process. And so the idea is, if I had a parent come to me with a 4-year-old or kindergartner and said to me, okay, my child is just starting, what are you going to prepare my child to be able to do? Then they're asking you to vision what is the society they're going to inherit in 2025, and what skills and processes and behaviors do I need to be successful then. They're asking you to be a visionary because you're starting them in a process that has an end game to it. And so the idea is, as we're starting to think here, and before we get into the real detail, we want to think about, have we even thought about maybe are the same skill sets that are going to make you functional today, are those the same ones that are going to be needed then? Or some of them are the same, but which ones are going to be different? And how is our model of delivery going to look different? How is our model of measurement going to look different? And that kind of thing. So they're really asking you to vision. Anybody else have something that came out of this? Yeah.
On values, I see those as our core principles, the non-negotiables. And an example would be all children can learn.
Okay.
That's scary, said the same thing earlier.
Yeah.
Did you come to my lecture or did I go to yours?
But no, it's a great point, David, because folks like Ed Schein have studied school culture say that a lot of people try to build plans on a set of espoused beliefs, and the danger in that is that the behavior doesn't back up what they're saying. And the quick one we read in every school improvement plan is all children can learn.
Right.
So you've got to penetrate beyond that and see the action really backs that up to really plan at that level.
And you measure what you're doing against the set of core values that you have.
Yeah.
Is it consistent with the core values or not? And sometimes in strategic planning, that is a good debate to have.
Absolutely.
It's an excellent debate to have. Matter of fact, when we do our training at the next level, you asked me, Brad, the next training level we do beyond obviously the board level to go to the LEA is LEA to schools and how to do school improvement planning and do that. And what we find mostly across the country is schools will have a set of espoused beliefs, they call we believes. You go into schools and you'll see the we believes. And what we ask them is say, oh, I read this we believe all children can learn at a high level. And what next thing we'll say is show me. Show me. If you can't show me a strategy or a program or a process or something that you're actually doing to support that, then you really don't believe that. It's just on the wall. And so strategic planning is basically that thing of saying we're going to take these core beliefs, but we're going to give legs to them, we're going to give feet to them, and we're going to have measurables to them, and we're going to basically say, if your data is suggesting that we're getting there and we're moving kids there, then I'll believe you really believe it because you're putting your energy and your heart and your soul in it. If we're not moving the numbers and we're not changing the things, then I have a hard time to believe that we're really serious about that. So that's the values piece. Anybody else have something?
One more thing. Then do we model those core values? So if we say we value being a professional learning community,
Right.
What's the example?
Yeah.
Can the public see that we are a professional learning community? And today's an example of us being a professional learning community. That's why I brought that up.
Exactly right, but we don't make those connections enough. I think the thing about core values and people that really lead their organizations with the mission, the vision, and then the core values is a leader never misses the opportunity to show why they took the thing they did, why they made the decision they did, because you see it supports this effort. It supports this core belief that we have. Now, today, we're not going to ask you to get into the values piece, because at the beginning of this process, we want you to make sure that our mission is clear, and we're going to work on that today, and make sure that our vision is clear, or at least not necessarily clear, but at least we're going to start articulating maybe our vision of what we see for 10 years out, or 20, 25, 13 years out, or whatever. But we're going to begin to articulate that, and we're not going to ask you to finalize, but we want you to think about it. But the reason we're not going to get to values right now, when you're going to really see values, we'll tell you where values really come to light, is when you start getting into the goals and strategies. Because when you get into the goals and strategies, your values come out very clearly. And so we're gonna get there, in other words, but we're not going to get there today in this piece. So we've already articulated this, why it's really important. And so many people just want to jump into the goal level right up front, and we're saying, well, why did you choose those goals? I mean, how did you choose those measures? What was your vision? What were you thinking? So for you guys, we're going to ask you today just to step back and reflect a little bit. Now we're going to, I love Roland Barthes. I don't know, he's a classic guy, you know, a Seminole guy. But I like what he says, for the sailor without a destination, there is no favorable wind. So we have to be together on some concepts before we start out to do the other piece. Now, if we really look at the organizational literature, they basically argue that these things are actually critical for another set of reasons, and that is, not only does it kind of give us a glue to hold us together, it gives us an anchor to come back to. It shows us where north is. One of the great things is, as a leader, is you got to show your people where north is. And I always say that leading organizations is like steering a battleship, not a rowboat. It's like steering a battleship. And so I know where north is. I know where my course is. I know where I'm going. I got to figure that out. But I know where north is. And so what happens, I have to get there by increments. I get there by degrees, but I always have to know where that north is, or I've got no way to measure my steerage. And so when we start talking about a strategic plan that might be 12 years out or 13 years out, what we're trying to do is point people to north. And then we're saying, all right, right now we're not there. You know, we're headed southeast, but we want to be north. Now, the way you do that is by getting there a few degrees at a time and staying consistent until we're all going north. And that's kind of what this is basically getting at. It's really funny, as we do a lot of our training too, we look at other artifacts and we look at them through different lenses. A lot of people remember, they talked about the ISLIC standards for years, and they were really important, and everybody built their organizations. Sometimes even ed leadership departments kind of were building around the ISLIC standards. And, but people didn't really read them very well, I don't think. You know, it's like a lot of other things. They said, okay, that first one's vision. Well, it's not just vision. If you read it, I mean, we looked at it, and it says, I love the idea of promoting the success of every student. Everyone starts with the same STEM. But the great thing, when you talk about development, articulation, implementation, and stewardship of a vision of learning that is, and this is critical as we were talking, shared and supported by all stakeholders, man, how many of the points that Chris was making earlier are in that one statement right there? About involving your stakeholders, having a shared mission, having that concept of stewardship, having this articulation. You know, those things are just so absolutely critical, and they're embedded in the language, but we just went over it like that and we didn't do. Another piece they did in the 2008 version, which they didn't do in the earlier one, they defined functions that went with each of them. And I don't know if you've been back to read those lately, but when you go back and actually look at the functions, that if you look at the functions as you read through these, it's almost a definition of strategic planning. And as we were talking a little bit about earlier, Brad, maybe we've not done such a very good job with our educational leaders coming through in terms of principals and others in actually teaching them a planning process. And maybe that's why it's so difficult to get our school improvement plans. You know what we talked about the reason it's hard to get the school improvement plans done well is because we really haven't focused on what is good planning. And yet, if you go back and read the functions, it's exactly identifying the goals, getting the creating and implementing plans, promoting continuous improvement, monitoring, evaluating. It is exactly what we're talking about today. So the point being, we're going to start at the very beginning, mission. Now, you got an activity, and we're going to divide you into two groups. Not that you couldn't work as one, but sometimes we found that two different ideas and bringing them back to the table can be richer. So we've chosen, since we didn't know you individually, we chose just to divide you at random into two teams. And if you would be willing to accept these assignments, well, no, we're not even going to give you an option. Accept these assignments. All right, do this. We're going to put Daniel and David and Sarah in one team, and we're going to put Glenda, Brad, and BJ, and another team. And which means if you really even wanted to work around a table and move the tables, that's fine. But what we're going to do is we're going to actually give you an activity. Now, the activity we're going to give you has got two functions to it. We put together a series of mission statements. Well, first we're going to work on mission, and then we're going to come back and look at vision. We first took a set of mission statements from some very significant Fortune 500 companies and from some school boards across the United States. So we've combined corporate and school boards associations, okay, in different states. And then what we're going to ask you to do is to look at those and then answer some questions as we study these about the types of language they use, the types of phrases they use, the types of concepts they use to define their mission. And so we've got some guiding questions on here for you to reflect and maybe come up with some ahas. Are there any commonalities in terms of style, in terms of the language they choose and that type of thing? And then the next thing we're going to ask you to do after that is to take those sets of concepts and say, then if I'm going to do that for this organization, start to list the phrases you would want to see in your mission. And again, you can even try, if you'd like, to go ahead and put it into a finalized set, but that's not a requirement. We mostly want to get the concepts down. We can editorialize it offline if you want. You know, sometimes it's hard to write in committee, but we definitely need the input. We need the fodder input so we could go back. Eventually, we'll take this, put it into something, and have you all approve it, and then it would go to the larger board. That's kind of how it will play out. Is that okay? So
These statements should be something we can, this is not a reflection of the intellectual capacity of this group, but it should be the length that we can easily memorize it.
Good question. Very good question. And again,
I've seen different types.
That's right. I have seen, as a matter of fact, when I was doing the research on this, I'm pulling different ones from across the United States, from different states. I tried to give a variety, West Coast, South, Northeast. And what I found was you can find some people that have a very terse one that would be some, because the consultant was with them, probably said it's got to be something that rolls off your tongue and you can memorize, okay? I went to another board of ed where they had a 3-page mission statement. But in their mission statement, they had included their goal areas and included many of other things, but that was a choice they made. I'm not saying it's wrong, it's just a choice they made. For us, yeah, probably a lot of university professors on that group.
I move my seat.
We always get a bad rap at university, right? But here,
especially from presidents.
Yeah, right. That's a killer. But what we basically said here is this: we're trying to capture, and we're going to say maintain it to be fairly short. And you have to make a judgment about what that means, whether you could actually memorize it or not, but it ought to be fairly short and succinct, but actually make a point. So what I have done, what I've chosen to do, I took out the ones that were page long and longer because I didn't think they were good models for our activity. And so what I'd like for you to do, however, I don't want you to be constrained by length, but I do want you to think that we want to be succinct, to the point, but yet at the same time capture what we think is our essential mission. And I think you'll see that by looking at some of the language that's here, okay? Ultimately, we're going to ask somebody in your group to be a scribe. So the good thing, if you've got an F next to your name, you're the facilitator, but you can appoint a scribe. And that's really good, if you, particularly if you've got, if you've got elementary people, they can really write well.
In a lot of H or F,
yeah.
I'm kind of wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, well, that could be a problem.
I have a few of those in my past.
Yeah.
Kind of outgrown this. I was hoping and feeling kind of bad.
I'll help you out. You can cheat off my
The F word in this situation is actually facilitator. We want you to facilitate, appoint a scribe, and then what we have is we have some paper. We have some paper back here, and just for the sake of conversation, when we call an end to this, and you'll see on your agenda, we have a timeline here. We're going to probably give you about 15 to 20 minutes to get through this piece, but what we're going to do is ask you to capture those main thoughts that you say, I really think this has to be included, this concept, this phrase has to be included in our ultimate mission statement. And again, if you have time and you want to try to parse those and put them together into a product, that's fine, but that's not required. We just want to get the thinking on the table, okay?
Just do both of these. How much time do we have?
We're gonna, what's our, I don't have my agenda in front of me. You have the agenda. What's our total time? We have after, well, see, we have lunch and then we have after lunch. Yeah, we're gonna go after lunch as well. We got plenty of time. We're gonna be doing the mission up until lunch, probably, that's what's, till 12? So we've got like 45 minutes now. So the first part of this is going to be, as you look at it, first part of this is going to be analyzing the ones that are on the sheet. And I think that we found that to be very important and helpful, because I think after you read enough of these, even though some of the things sound the same, you begin, some of the language and the concepts of mission sound so much different than the ones for vision. Visions are aspirational. Missions are not. These are not, missions are not aspirational. They're a definition of what our function is right now. When we get to the aspirational, you'll see the language and the tone and everything changes. So we're going to start with mission, okay? So you might figure out how you want to reorganize yourselves into teams. There you go. Okay.
Because I think I'm, yeah.
So we asked you to just put down some ideas, but you all decided you would try to capture those ideas and help us do some crafting of it. So this is what your charge is. We know being competitive, you're going to think yours is better than the others anyway, but...
Well, it just is.
Oh, yeah, it just is.
We appreciate you visiting, but the chair will determine.
So I don't get a vote, I guess, in this. So what?
I already know the outcome.
You already know the outcome.
And Sarah and I aren't competitive
The
at all.
problem is, there's a real good chance.
Thank you for your effort. I can give it a second.
Real good chance is if this comes to a vote, it's going to be a 3-3 draw. So I might have to intervene anyway. So here's what we're going to do. I want each team to read theirs, and I want you all to comment. Anybody on your team, when yours is up there, to comment on why you particularly thought this phrase or something was meaningful. But then this is the charge of the other team. I want the other team to think about and comment about what is the part of this team's that you most liked. In other words, we're not going to in any way critique it negatively, but what we do want to say is if there's something I really liked about what they said and phrased, that's going to help us more than the other. So tell us what you particularly liked, and then we're going to have them do a run-through, highlight their main points, and I want you all to say, I really like when they said this. That's going to help us the most, okay? Because eventually we're going to wordsmith this and put it together into something, hopefully, that will meet your muster. So start with Team A, and share with us yours and why your phrases were important to you. Who's going to do that? Are you going to do that, Dan?
We'll be fine, but they can help.
Okay.
The first thing is, part of it is, this reminds me of my teaching days. We're going to have some quiet out in that hall. Or that's my principal. No, I'm just playing.
No, we get it.
Fine, we still love you. I have a little use, this is a personal thing a bit, but it's more personal. It's not only personal, I think. Teacher blame parent, parent blame teacher, teacher and parent blame society. There's got to be a partnership of stakeholders that make education very, very important, and we've got to all do our thing. And then we kind of like powerful, in the ones we read, if they're doing something, like watch out, they're coming. I like the relentless commitment. I think we'll all like that. I forget how we came to it. And we love the idea of talent. We're in the talent development business. We're not in the buying into deficits and hopelessness. We are just pure, and if you do that, you're going to win. And I don't care if it's junior basketball or getting people ready to take on the world or whatever they have to do. And then somewhere along the line, we got in, and we're going to do it every class, every day, every school, every program. We didn't put all that in there, but we mean business. We're not going to do it sometimes. We're not going to do it for some kids. Period. Are those the elements we wanted to focus on? Now, we had a lot of other really neat stuff. We decided to keep it simple. And
one more thing.
yes, please.
The relentless part deals with continuous. And sometimes we think of K-12 education, we can start today K-12, but it's really lifelong learning, isn't it?
Right.
And so somehow to get that concept of even beyond the K-12 system, the lifelong learning, I think would be an important ingredient.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead.
One other thing on the talent, we have buildings and computers and all sorts of neat things, physical part of school, but the talent in the superintendent's office and on the boards and in the principal's office and in the classroom and in even how children are greeted by whatever role an adult plays. This talent development, you keep putting a long sentence in there, we could develop the talent of this person and that. I just meant we value talent, we develop children, even parents, they're parenting talent and how they help educate. So we were thinking of this in the broadest, this talent thing. I shouldn't say we, I was speaking for myself. I was thinking of just find talent, baby, and develop it. Maybe that should be it. Find talent, baby.
That could work. That should work.
There you go. There's our mission.
But we do understand your concept there. That's good. Now, Team B, what spoke to you as you heard this and read it? what spoke to you that said, hey, that resonates with me?
I think the partnerships is the biggest one, because, I mean, and Dan alluded to it, I think you have to have involved parents, committed students, and highly effective teachers to have truly effective education. And if you're missing one of those three, then it's an issue all the time. And developing the talent I love, and I think that speaks to when I talk to some of the rural districts, and I'm from a rural community, so I'm not attacking them, but I think that the talent pool in Indianapolis and the talent pool in Scottsburg is different. Sure. You know, there aren't people that are dying to move to Scottsburg, Indiana to live that are all-star teachers. So I think in some cases, especially in rural communities, there are probably teachers or that lived there or grew there or married someone from there is why they live there.
Sure.
So you have a certain amount of talent. Right. And you have to develop, kind of work with what you have.
Yeah, and and you're telling the world here through this mission statement that part of this board's mission is to develop talent throughout the state where those talents need to be developed, and in a broad range of talent skills. And so we understand what you're asking. We might find a way to send that message too, that this isn't just talent in teachers, but it's talent in kids, teachers, administrators, and even other stakeholders who relate to the education. We picked up that concept, and we'll try to work on that. Any other comment from this side of the house? Yeah.
I keyed in on developed talent too,
Okay.
and we have something similar that will reflect that in ours because of, just phrase.
You're so insecure on this.
But conceptually, I think it's important because we were talking about the fine line. All of us want to see reforms that improve achievement. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But there's always this realization that we're dealing with human beings, and they are uniquely gifted and talented. And when we do it right, what we're always doing is developing people. And so I like it because I think it humanizes what it is that we're doing. That keeps the focus on children and
you see how by doing this and just even having this discussion, you're automatically pointing to some goal areas. I mean, by definition, you look at this, you're pointing to some goal areas. So you go back to your mission statement and eventually the next one, the vision statement, you're going to have already defined some major chunks that you want for goal areas by looking at your mission and vision. So that's how they fit together. All right, you guys good? Okay. Well, let's go to... Last thing we'll do before lunch, we're going to go to Team B, and so you guys articulate. I don't know who's going to be spokesman.
Go ahead, Brad.
Okay. Well, we were bold. We went ahead and said pre-K because we think we can influence that even now, because it is important. But the key thing in that first line we focused in on was this idea of moving away from an industrial mindset of education to an agricultural mindset where we really cultivate the learning conditions. That was a key phrase that we talked about, and then coupling that with this idea of promoting innovation in teaching and learning. And once we had those two things kind of in that opening part of that sentence, then we moved to kind of an outcome as a result, and what we came up with was this idea of resulting in students who graduate as confident, civic-minded individuals who exhibit the knowledge and skills to be successful in their chosen life pathway. And that's kind of where we went with it. So I think we were on the same page as the developing talent. We might have said it a little differently, but we also wanted to include in our statement that when we do it well at this level at the state, we actually can influence, hopefully, and cultivate conditions at the local level that promotes that innovation around teaching and learning that really gets us to the kind of graduates we want to have. That was the thought process behind it.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
We had a conversation about partnerships.
Yeah.
And thought that the partnerships pieces probably would be some goal areas, that we would put that partnership piece a little bit later, but it was valued to us.
Yeah. You would oppose it being in here if we can work it in, because it's going to come in later under your goals either way.
Right,
Okay.
so, because we did have a conversation about partnerships.
Okay. All right, team.
By the way, we thought community cultural development would be a goal also. It's just every day you need to have the team.
Yeah.
Children develop, people develop when the team creates it. So we're pretty close saying that.
All right, Team A, do you have any reaction to any specific concepts or phrases that are here that you could own or buy into or resonate with you?
I like the, I'm sorry. I like promoting innovation in teaching and learning. I think as a key phrase.
I was gonna say.
Somewhere in our document.
Innovation's good.
The innovation of teaching and learning? Okay. Did you add something I missed, Matt?
No, I was gonna agree with
Okay.
Sarah. Really, innovation popped out at me. So
Okay.
when we say developing human talent, you could say that are, a continuous pursuit for
Oh, of innovation.
innovative ways
Okay.
to develop, identify and develop talent.
Okay, so the
I like
innovation.
innovation.
That struck out for me too, the innovation. I'm not sure I would limit it to teaching and learning, but innovation as a concept's good. I also like two others. One is exhibit knowledge and skills, which implies a demonstration, which I think is really important for future goals.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And so I really like that. And
Okay.
lastly, for learners to be successful in their chosen life pathway, I think that's important. Not all our students are going to college. A number of them are doing other kinds of things, and that's why we're focusing in on career readiness and so forth. So that notion that there are some choices for students, there isn't only one train leaving the
Yeah.
stations, there's probably 100 trains leaving the station.
And it's
So-
their chosen pathway, which suggests to me that we're going to prepare them for a number of options. So we're not going to delimit their options. We're going to give them options, but they're going to choose. So that's a different. Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Well, we could flip that. We could flip that and say, "But your time is up." But your time. Either way, we've got two phrases here with some powerful concepts. What we will try to do is see a way that we can weave. Obviously, underlining is where the team said, "I think this was critical." The red is where there was either agreement or from the other team. So we'll try to take these concepts and give something back. Yes.
Just one thing,
Go ahead.
both groups did it. When we talked about, I think, like a lot of the statements on here said the State Board of Education.
Right.
I think both of ours give ownership to students and schools and
Right.
communities as opposed to, this is the nine of us, this is our mission statement.
Right.
No, I think Dan said, this is, who's this for? This is your mission
That's it.
statement.
Okay, and I noticed both of you all chose not to put that, which is good, because that sends a message by default that you didn't do that. So anyway, we will take this offline and hopefully bring you back a product, which again will be very much a draft, which you can then try to shoot holes in or wordsmith a little bit. And when we get it to ready, then you will take it back to your larger body and share this as your draft of where you want to be. Now the agenda, I believe, is we're going to have lunches, box lunches brought in, and then we'll take a little bit of time to get going in that, and then we'll introduce the second piece of the activity today, which is doing a similar thing, only with vision statement, and we will talk about how that should look significantly different but aligned to this.
2020 vision, right?
Correct, exactly right. Or at least 2025.
Are you trying to meld these while we're at lunch, or are you gonna do it later?
We're gonna do it offline and then send it back to you for you to respond to. I don't think we're gonna be able to do it well that quickly. We're not gonna do it at lunch. We're gonna do it tomorrow maybe.
Can we run off copies of this, or you just
Yeah, I
send it
can,
to our
I can
computers?
email this to someone and then you can get it, okay?
Because I might fool around with it.
That's why I figured if we put it on here, we would have it.
And I think the group's gonna get a homework assignment, right?
Oh, you are gonna have a homework assignment.
So at the next meeting, you get a homework assignment.
Because some of us might have ways we want to meld it too. I don't mind the help, but
All right, Neil, are you gonna give directions for lunch, or is there any direction for lunch?
Yeah, we do box lunches, right? We do get box lunches for the committee members and the
held, but today we splurged and had a box lunch, so now we're refreshed and ready to work.
I turned it off so you couldn't hear all my dynamic lunchtime conversation.
Chomp, chomp.
Well, anyway, we are going to start the next section, and of course, as you know, we had that discussion about why mission and vision discussions are absolutely critical before you start your goals and your planning. I think everybody kind of got that. The mission part we just did tries to, and actually you guys came up with some really great things, I think, where you were trying to say, okay, what is our mission? Why do we exist? Now we're going to ask you to really change gears a bit and think truly down the road. If you even were going to go with that 2025 concept, or if you're going to think about anything, it's got to be at least like 10 years out. If you're thinking about that in education, it's a challenge. It is a true challenge because culturally and technologically alone, we don't know where we're going to be, but it is our charge to try to say we're preparing kids for a society that they will inherit at the end of our educational journey that we don't even know what it looks like right now. Matter of fact, one of my favorite Far Side, if you don't like Far Side, I think you're warped, but Larson, I mean, as he said here, when we look at vision, you know, objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. And in our reality, what's closer than it appears is the future of the kids that are entering kindergarten here next year. And we have to begin to think, what is it that we're trying to get them ready to do? So this is the question that I want you to think about now. Define, when we get to the activity here, you're going to be defining in some sentences what, if we closed our eyes, what would kids look like and what would the educational system that would yield those kids look like 10 to 12 years out? What is that going to look like? Let's define what we would say. So if we could fast forward and you all were sitting here and I'd say, tell me what Indiana schools look like right now. What are they doing? What are they producing? What am I seeing? What are those kids going to be able to know and do? And you define that. If we know what our task is and where we're headed, like that Roland Barth article, we can begin to make some decisions about how we, in short term, we allocate resources, do professional development, do all of those things that's going to get us to this end result. So it defines our destination. This is not only inspiring, but it's aspirational. And you see a word we use here, aspirational. We aren't where we're writing now. As a matter of fact, if you write a vision statement that describes where we are right now, it's not a vision statement. So we want to be looking out, desired state. So this is kind of what we're going to be doing. What would it be realized? I really like the idea when you look at vision versus mission, and we work with schools and school districts all the time. We talk to them about where they get confused between the two, but we talk about to them like a house, like a house itself. You say, okay, there is a purpose for a house, and we have them go through and talk about what's the mission of a house? Why do people build homes? Why do they build houses? And they go through the whole thing, you know, for security and for comfort and for all of those kind of things. But then we said, now let's think for just a minute. 10 years down the road, you're going to have the perfect house. What is your vision for that house? What's going to look like? Define for me what that's going to look like. And all of them are going to meet the same purposes, but they could look quite differently depending on whether you want to live in the mountains and live in a cottage, log cabin, or whether you want to live at the beach, or whether you want to live in a modern, a colonial, or whatever. But they're all going to serve the same purpose. You all have an opportunity here to define what it is that you really would like to see kids in the state of Indiana be able to know and do and be able to create and like that 10 years down the road. That's pretty awesome. This is why it's called aspirational. It looks forward. It's great because when they say if you really do a vision statement well, it ends up being personal. Mission statements very often sound very much alike because the mission of boards, for example, particularly of educational systems, the missions shouldn't be that different. But the vision is where you really personalize what it is you want to say that you're trying to create here. And like I said, it's the compass. Most of us, you know, there's so many great examples, but I think we miss the idea that people are motivated much more by vision than they are just mission. Mission does help orient you, there's no question. but visions get people excited. There's so much research. This is one of my pet peeve areas that I really like, because sometimes I think we have a lot of people who are good managers but poor leaders. They really are good managers, but the people that are watching them don't get inspired by what they're trying to create. And I think great leaders manage well, but they also inspire people because they know where they're trying to go, and they inspire people with that. The research on visualization is huge. Anybody here have elderly parents, really old parents that are still around? I just celebrated my mom's 96th birthday on Saturday, which is kind of cool. But the research on spouses who have been married for a long time, like 50 years or more, anybody know what the research says happens when one of those spouses dies? There's one variable, they say, that makes the difference. Without this one variable, the other partner quickly follows them, even if they're not ill at the time. And what it is they have to have something significant yet to do in their future. And if the remaining spouse has something significant yet to do in their future, in their life, they are encouraged to sustain and go on. But without that vision of something in the future to do, meaning is lost. You know, and then of course my favorite book, you know, without vision, what happens? The people perish, you know. So I think that's what we're challenging ourselves to do right now. So, a classic book was written years ago. I still keep it. I read it about once a year by Bennis and Nanas. 85. A clear vision comes from a profound understanding of an organization. The visionary leader can see exactly what the end product looks like and what must be done to achieve it. In contrast, simply following a set of instructions without vision will never create superior results. And I think what we're doing, what's going to make people why would people want to follow when this board says, these are some goals, this is what we want you to do? It's because we paint a picture of what our society will look like when our kids attain those. I mean, we have to be willing to do that, and that's what you're going to be doing now. So we're going to give you another activity, and here it's similar, it's set up the same way, only here we've taken vision statements from some of our corporations and some of our school boards across the country and said, these folks have tried to define a future state for themselves. So look at this and see what you see in terms of the change in language. How does the language change? How does the adjectives change? How do the verbs change? And then if we were going to try to do that same thing for our constituents here and define their future. Remember that great little conversation we had when you were trying to kind of think about your own kids, say, well, this is what their life would look like or could look like down the road educationally. That's the exciting thing. That's what I get excited about. So this is our next activity. You have the same. Yes, sir.
When we're looking 5 to 10 years out,
Yeah.
do you have a set of assumptions going into this? For example, are there any constraints?
And the answer is, I think, for the vision statement, you're not a prophet. You're not a prophet. You can only see so far, right?
Right.
So I think that what you do is you take the wisdom that you have currently and extrapolate that out.
Okay.
And the reality is, you could miss it. But without even making an attempt to visualize it, you lose a lot of power currently. You know?
So reasonably extrapolate what schools will look like in 5 to 10 years
Exactly
based on
right.
where we are now?
Exactly right.
Okay.
And you're looking out. Yeah, right.
Let me guess you want to create. I mean,
Yeah, what you're going to create. Right.
Right.
yeah, because you want to, you don't want to, I mean, I may be misinterpreting what you said, but it sounded like you were implying that you're trying to predict what sort of natural
Not a
development.
prediction, but to be realistic. And looking at the assumptions is, one assumption, for example, is that money is limitless. Right?
Yeah.
Right, that's an important assumption to sort of understand going into this.
Might not make.
So are we dealing with fantasy, or, I think you answered it,
Yeah.
it's reasonable expectations, not in a predictive way, but certainly in a realistic kind of way.
Also, I would make an argument for some component of stretch and, audacity in it as well.
Yeah, for example, none of us here could tell you exactly what technology is going to look like and digital learning is going to look like 10 years from now, not exactly. but it's not going to be where we are now, and we can see the cusp of that. So maybe, extrapolate out, that wouldn't be unreasonable. For example, look at technology, look at needs of society, look at changing needs, look at multicultural. I mean, you could just think of all the things that the trends are already started, and they're going to be there, and we have to deal with them, and those kind of things. Yeah.
We'll find favorable winds if we have a nice destination.
Yeah,
And
right.
people work harder for a cause than a job, so you
Yeah, and you're right now you're crafting a reason to go after the things you're doing, which is exciting and enticing.
technology will give us,
Yeah.
we'll have some good, demographics would say we won't have more money though.
Yeah.
I mean, other than inflation, because the baby boomers are gonna consume whatever. We have a big bubble coming at us, and the federal government seems pretty well broke, so we'd have to be efficient, innovative, and creative more than expect a windfall, I suspect.
It is a good question. Let me just take a second to
Go ahead.
share a real short vignette because it does apply to the next phase that you're going to talk about. I spent the first 20 years of my career in the private sector. I got to be a senior manager with Duke Energy, who now I think serves you power. Back then it was just a regional. Bill Lee was one of the greatest leaders in the utility business back then. 4 3 mile hour fire, so to speak. We came up with a goal for the corporation that would be zero lost time work practices. Zero. You know anything about the utility business, which is a very dangerous business, that would, but many of us sat at the table and just said, what are you thinking? This is not achievable. We cannot do this. We had people on transmission lines, we had a construction company, we built our own power plants, et cetera, et cetera. But he basically said, his message was, if anybody doesn't believe we can achieve this, I want you off my team. Period. So we all got busy rethinking our work from the ground up. And we were in IT, and so we weren't in a dangerous role, but we rethought our business. And we really drove those lost time accidents never to zero, but it changed the entire culture of the corporation about how we thought about safety. And it was a profound event in the history of the company because we really reshaped everything. He knew, but we knew that he would never achieve zero. But his message was, we're going to change how we think about safety. And the only way to do that was to do it with a shocker kind of a goal. That was a goal, not a vision. But it was a shocker kind of goal because he wanted to change the culture. He didn't want to hit nothing. He wanted to change the culture.
But people were motivated by the excitement. They're not going to be motivated by next year. Just look at the next set of numbers. Let's lower this number too. Another one I think of that I use a lot of times is when a president says we're going to put a man on the moon by the end of this. He didn't have a clue how to do that. I mean, he really doesn't. He's not a scientist. He's not an astronaut. He's not whatever. But he says we're going to do that. And that was a marker out there, and it was visionary, and it was exciting, and it was all that. But all the work that it took to get there and all the spin-off stuff that came off of that was huge. So even if we'd have never gotten there, the goal would have been accomplished. You know what I'm saying? The goal would have been accomplished because the science and the technology and everything it took to get there, we would have had. And so I think that's what I mean by being visionary. You've got that goal out there because people are challenged by it. So you guys get a chance, and you'll see some examples as you read some of these things here where corporations and where school boards have actually said, this is a future desired state we have. I don't think some of them have reached far enough. I mean, to be honest with you, some of them I think have, but some of them I don't think have reached far enough to be inspiring. But that's up to you. And you're going to do the same thing. Read through, kind of look at the language, look at some other products that are on the market right now today in terms of vision, and then jot down some things that you all feel like would be non-negotiables in a statement you'd want to have to represent this state in the future, educationally. And we'll capture those on the screen as well. Not that you're competitive, but we are going to capture them and put them up. Again. finished. They just have to be a work in progress. And we're going to pick up concepts that we liked or don't like before so we can continue to work. Part of your homework, you're going to receive these, and you'll have a chance to continue to meditate as individual members on what the collective body has said and continue to add some things as you have a brainstorm over coffee the next couple of days and still feed back information into the system, so don't panic. It doesn't have to be done right now is my point. We'll explain that process to you in just a minute. And I see, what did you all name this one?
Draft vision statement.
Tricky title. Okay.
You may have other things on there that say draft vision statement.
There's a draft vision statement. How about that one?
That's it.
Oh, you put it right under the other one. That was very, very thoughtful.
We thought they were a package deal.
They are a package. They are a package deal. Actually, I could put it under your other one, and that would really make it a package deal, wouldn't it? Okay. Do you want the key this way for me? Yeah, you might read your writing better than I do. Not that it's bad writing now, but I bet your printing is excellent. But you. These are hard to do in one setting, so all we want you to do is really highlight ideas, concepts, throw out some ideas. We were talking about, Dan, as you were talking. The goals will flow from these as we begin to take the mission and vision pieces and start to see, well, what are we really saying? Well, how are we going to attain this? How are we going to be the preeminent whatever we are 20 years out or 10 years out? Well, what are the steps that need to get there? That's where we're going to go with our goal setting and our strategies and our metrics and all that. But there's got to be a destination, and that's kind of where we're shooting for here. Got it? Okay. Last time we had Team A go first, so this time, in just fairness, we'll let Team B go first with a little bit of focus. Okay, and so if you could explain to us your thinking and some ideas that really were meaningful to your team.
Trying to capture two ideas and keep them both student-centered.
Okay.
So we went with this concept of providing all students. The first construct was educational opportunities of the highest quality. And then the second part of that is equip them to make meaningful contributions as members of diverse communities. So there's a nexus between those two things, but we still saw them as two separate things we were aspiring to with the education vision.
Okay, so you're gonna, you basically are gonna say, if you want to find out, if you're in our state, you're gonna have the highest opportunity when you leave. You'll have opportunity for any endeavor. We're gonna provide those kind of things so that all kids will be prepared. And the big thing is meaningful contributions, diverse communities, those concepts.
The word opportunities was intentional because we talked a lot about just brainstorming. We get to setting some goals. If we want to do something on the front end of the continuum, learning continuum, education opportunities at a preschool level could be one thing. New opportunities on the other end of that continuum for career pathways, it could mean that. But trying to capture all that to say, no matter what we do, at the end of the day, it's about equipping them so that they then make meaningful contributions in whatever community they end up in.
And then you got the idea of diverse communities. So the idea is that your state is going to become more diverse, not less diverse, and you have to be sensitive to those differences. Okay? All right, well, we will ask then Team A, is there some part of the language here that resonate with you to the point where you might want us to consider it in a future draft? Anything, or conceptually work for
I
you?
support the notion of all students, that all students will be part of it, regardless of communities they live in Indiana, rural, suburban, rich, poor, so forth.
So the equity, I mean, you got an equity issue here you're dealing with, so it doesn't matter where you live in the state, the opportunities will be equally great. I mean, I'm hearing that. I'm sure you all support that as well, okay? Anybody else see something here that resonated?
You only want positive comments?
No, well, anything.
I support the all.
Anything that will help move us forward, okay?
Well, I'd be a little concerned with that one because an opportunity is one thing, and I got accused of turning our vision into a goal, so I probably. But I mean, meaningful is, I don't know if it's, I'm looking for something that's more certain. Equip, and I don't know. I'd like stronger. I'm not sure we achieved it either, but
well,
something that would be more like a cause you'd be after.
Okay.
Well, you know, I work really, really hard so we can have people make meaningful contributions. It depends what the word meaningful means to you.
Okay.
And I provided them opportunities, but they didn't take them, so I don't know.
Well, we did talk about that a little bit. Remember, we talked about that. We changed some language around because it's, you know, it's.
I want to apply a little more force.
Yeah, I think the idea was, because we did talk about it, but the idea was is that when they're done going through the system of education, what have we done that allows them then to turn around and add value into whatever community they find themselves in? So if there's a way to say that better, but that's what's behind the
I think I got both concepts. I know what you guys are shooting for, and I hear what you're saying. You want a word that resonates better or stronger with you in that, to make the same point. In other words, we certainly want that to happen, but can we think of a word that's more
It's good, I support it.
Powerful,
I'd
okay.
like it to be a little.
Got a little more punch, and because it is a vision statement, okay? All right, let's go to Plan B, or Plan A, and let B team respond. Someone want to articulate the idea here?
Up there?
I hope.
Okay. Well, and Dave, you talk about this, but and I don't think we have all the adjectives set there, but
Okay.
we got to the point we were afraid we were going to scare folks off too. So this is a compromise down. To get a consensus,
Yeah.
but we were thinking about being radically innovative.
Okay.
Indiana would be known as, I don't know if radical's the right word either. That probably didn't play well here in Indiana. But in teaching and learning, but facilitating knowledge, and we want to engage learners. We see the classroom change. I see it every day, by the way. Classrooms are changing radically, and when they get there, they do work. And they're prepared to go on and be. And Sarah got the capable, responsible, and productive. They're not just work units for society. It's a much bigger goal. But we think maybe there's a bold vision in innovation that to take the leaps we need to take, where we're starting now in Indiana, we've made some nice progress the last 4 years, but it's incremental and it's inch by inch. Could we take technology and innovative ideas about how you implement engaged learning so teachers are more excited about what they're doing and students are more excited, and we make big gains, accelerate gains. So that was our first best attempt, and what did I miss?
Can I add something? I had a lot of discussion about making these unique to Indiana. And as not personal,
so
but-
that when you read it, you know it's Indiana. Yeah.
And so as I read a number of these, including the ones we developed very quickly, which I think are great given the time, but they could be any state. I mean, you could be in California or Florida or Idaho,
Yeah.
and they'd be the same mission and vision statement. So my question is, how is Indiana unique? And I don't see that uniqueness coming out. If we're just going to do the same thing as every other state, then it wouldn't be good for your business, certainly, but it'd save us a lot of time. So I was saying to this group, I think looking 5, 10 years out, maybe technology is going to be the driving pedagogical tool in Indiana, and teachers' roles will change from knowledge purveyor to maybe a facilitator of knowledge. And I use that as an example, not that one we should adopt, but at least one we should consider as what you pointed out, going to the moon.
Yeah.
I can't get excited about any of these. I'm sitting here,
Well, we're going to give, you're going to have another shot at it. We're going to send them out to you and say, give some thought to it, and if there's a way that you think would add some real excitement to you, or maybe, you could get some other ideas. But I mean, if you look at some of these, when these people say like Amazon's vision is to be the most customer-centric company in the world, when you have that, then you say, okay, there's no question where we've got to go, to develop processes and products and processes and everything like that to meet that goal. And what you're saying is, if you had 1 or 2 of those where you said, Indiana will be the lighthouse for technology and innovation of technology and teaching and learning, or something like that. I mean, if you, yeah, go ahead.
Suggest something,
Go
and
ahead. No,
I didn't talk about this with you, so we're
That's all right.
on
No,
the
throw it
fly
out.
here, and I'm not trying to put you in a position, because it might violate your process. Maybe we should think about this more and throw it to what I would call a meld team. And take your notes, we have some good notes, and see if we have someone volunteer or whatever for a meld team, and look at getting something where we participate in getting this vision a little, I think we need, maybe it was after lunch problem or something.
Because the vision isn't a writing process, right?
no, it's not.
We've spent a lot of time wordsmithing, which is your job, I know. You've said that and you sort of took us off the hook, but we still did that. And sometimes a vision, you need visionaries to be part of a vision process.
Yeah.
And so not to be critical of the process
No,
has been
I get
wonderful,
it.
but maybe it's a different kind of visionary process. I think it's a much different process than trying to write a vision statement. It's a conceptual discussion, number one. Do we want to be unique in the United States?
Yeah.
If we don't, let's just say we're going to be the same and we'll adopt one of these and we'll move on with life.
Sure.
If we're going to be visionary and unique, that's really exciting. Let's get the right people in the room and try to create these visionary kinds of new things that will be happening.
Excuse me, I did forget to come back to you, Michael.
No, it just raises a question with me about vision statements in general, and I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer. But to what extent should vision statements actually imply a strategy or imply a direction that specific versus a general overarching, we're heading that direction and we'll work out the details when we get into the goals and strategy?
I think what they do, rather than a strategy, they identify an identity. The reason people say that they're personal is because they have an identity. It's a DNA. In other words, what do you all want? What do you all say in your vision, in your best of all worlds, 10 years from now, what would you want the educational system in this state to be known for? If somebody says, oh, Indiana, oh, I can tell you, Indiana, man, they are, you follow what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
They say, well, Indiana, I can tell you what they're great at. They're great at A, B, and C. I mean, and they're religious about it, and they're going.
And we can be good at everything, but there are 1 or 2 things.
That's it. That's why each of these statements we put on here, when you look at what they're trying to say, these folks are saying, yeah, we're going to be good businessmen, and we're going to be fiduciary, we're going to be responsible, we're going to be all that, but we are going to be the greatest in the world at X and Y, and those are the things we're going to be greatest at. Well, that gives you the going to the moon thing. And that doesn't mean that you can't write you're not going to write other goals, because you do have a mission, by the way. Right. The goals are written from your mission and your vision. Yeah. But your mission is going to drive some things, but your vision is going to drive some passion.
Well, that's why I appreciate what David's saying, because I'm struggling with that right now too, because on the one hand, you don't want it so general that it's not unique and set apart, and the worst thing that could happen is people just start to read their own thing into it.
No, that's it.
And it's not a clear vision, so they start going off on all kinds of pathways, but yet at the same time too, not boxing it in so much that it kills innovation later when you're trying to strategize about how to achieve the vision. And that's the balance of the tension that I'm working through in my head.
This is your chance to set the overarching direction. It doesn't get real prescriptive, but we're headed in this direction. We're going to be the best at this. The goals then refine that a little bit and reflect it. But and you stop and think about it. Now is the time to seize the opportunity around certain technology initiatives. Technology is at the cusp of really flipping education. But it's not just, it isn't, you can't buy some technology and it happens. It really changes everybody's job at the DOE, at the district level. It really flips a lot of roles on their ear. So it's a huge commitment that you need to understand first. But this is the opportunity to paint that vision. And it doesn't have to be lengthy, but if you don't have it today, then I would say, Dan, I think I heard what you said. Bring a smaller group to wordsmith it perhaps.
Or we could even get on speakerphones and get our ideas.
This is the part that should sing.
Let me say with vision, and we've been through this a number of times, sometimes the process moves you toward the mean, towards consensus. And many times that's not a leadership position, that's a consensus position. And sometimes a leadership position is not a popular position. When JFK said we're going to the moon, probably a lot of people think, this guy's out of his mind. And I'm not sure we want to be out of our minds, but yet going through a process of a lot of phone calls and people giving input, which is very important, I'm not saying excluding that, but it's been my 30 years experience in the profession, what that brings us to is a mom and apple pie vanilla consensus, and it's not leadership. And that's a word of caution that I think we should look at. We are here to be leaders, not consensus people. It's got to be realistic, it's got to be within the constraints, but let's have a vision that's exciting.
That's what makes it aspirational. And I think
That's why I said aspirational, that's why I said it's your identity, you're defining an identity you want to have, and certain things are assumed. Your mission statement, go back and look at that. Certain things are assumed in that mission statement, but in your vision statement, you're trying to identify the things that make you unique. That's why it says personal. These things, we're going to do all of those core things, just like every state's going to do all the core things, but we're going to really, really be the lighthouse for the nation in these 2 or 3 areas, and that's why it becomes visionary. Now, you're not going to talk about necessarily the how and the why, and yet that comes in your strategies and your goals. But you definitely are putting some stakes down to say these are areas that we want to be known as the best in.
Can I have you write something up there for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think you're right, David. I think that it needs to be unique. And you talked, Brad, about passion and passion for learning. So just type up there, students in Indiana will be known for their passion for learning. Just a simple statement. Not that it's the statement, but what do we want our students to be known for? What is this going to set them apart? Not that, and we have to have a mission and a system in place to make sure that all happens. But what do we want our students to be known for here in Indiana?
Yeah, right underneath that one, put this, because I think maybe that has some potential.
Okay.
I'm telling you what to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm actually asking. You can see it.
I can tell you're getting ready to be passionate, and I'm getting ready to type passionate.
Roll up your sleeve, baby. Okay. That's what she's going to be smoking now. Indiana will be a highly prosperous state through radical innovation in advancing learning and talent. One thing, I like that passion for learning, though. One thing that schools, matter of fact, the teacher of the year, the Carmel guy, who's a journalist, we had a discussion in our last meeting, by the way. When I've been around schools my whole life in all levels, when education is really inspiring, it's the whole person. The drama guy gets into it, the artist and the physicist sit there together. That's, as much as I like a baseline measure like ISTEP or what SAT and ACT, you need some of those baseline data points. That is not education in the whole.
Right.
it's an important element. It's a building block. It's a baseline. And so I do like the larger thing about passion, and the development of talent total. Lou Holtz used to say, you know, I couldn't get into Notre Dame, but I can be the highest paid employee here.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but he had a talent, and a guy ran with it.
Well, and he was held accountable, but he had to be visionary and he had to inspire his people.
Well, he was a good leader, so he took his talent and ran with it and did pretty well. So it's an interesting thing.
So what was the finish of that?
I'm gonna grab his sheet and type it.
Indiana will be a highly prosperous state through radical innovation in advancing learning and talent.
I like both those things but I think they're both speaking to attributes, and I'm coming back to what David was saying, because I'm sitting here thinking, where's the risk taking at in that? I mean, to me, when you say we're going to put a man on the moon, that's what really caused people to shake. Is the risk taking here we're going to drastically reduce the number of children who start in poverty and escape it? Is it going to be that we significantly reduce the unemployment rate by filling them with the skilled labor force? I mean, I don't even know even if that's enough risk-taking, but to me that vision should couple with it something that is aspirational, that if we do this is why Indiana is going to be better 5-10 years from now. And that's, I think those attributes need to be included in a statement like that, but
My risk is
you've got
this.
me thinking differently.
My risk is this. That's a good question. But I don't think it's concrete enough, but my
Right.
risk is this. We are audacious enough to say if you develop human talent and you advance learning, you will prosper. You will be highly. In the modern economy, in the global economy, I believe that I'm certain of that.
And the good thing about this is.
That is a risk. That we say we can drive it.
The vision and the mission are bookends. You know, your mission and your vision are kind of bookends. Just like mission starts here, the vision starts here, but both of them move forward, you know? So the idea here is if you can get some concepts down, like you're actually now, and of course it's probably, the lunch thing is over now, so we're probably beginning now to start to really think creatively about what we mean by vision. But we're not going to take the rest of today to do that. We are going to give you an opportunity to feed back into the system. We're going to send all these out to you. But if you just come up with an idea or a phrase or something that you really think captures your imagination, captures your passion, if you can send it, I like the idea of having that little melding tank of folks who could do that. But we still want your input. We didn't expect you in one afternoon or whatever, short 3 hours.
It'll go through some other iterations, but we have all this.
Yes.
Can we have someone from that group? And someone just have a little meld team? And we could even talk on the phone or maybe before our next, seems like we have a ton of meetings in December.
Dan, I have a process question that we've been operating from the macro level, and I understand the concept. He's going to take us down to the detail level. But sometimes as you go down through the hierarchy, when you get to goals in particular, you have some really good goals and someone says, well, there's not a seamless alignment between this goal and the mission. And we've already done the mission. We already had that meeting and lunch. We don't want to change that. But so this is a dynamic, synergistic system where we get to goals, we might go back to the vision.
We might say,
and because
well, yeah,
the
we've gotta
goal is
measure
so
that.
important
Yeah.
that we need to go back and revise it. And I just want to be sure we have the opportunity to do that, because the excitement, I think, is going to come in when we get to the projects and goals, right?
It will, and the alignment, in the end of the day, the alignment does
Right,
have to
has
be
to be
there.
seamless.
But that's why when we talked about this, again, iterative process, even once you get into it, I mean, once we finish this, you've got the goals, you've got your data, you've got all that, you've got your strategies. If that doesn't remain dynamic, I mean, you know, once that horse, you've done your data, you looked at your data, and the strategy you put down is a failed strategy. I mean, it's been done well, but it's not getting the results you want. I mean, it's got to be dynamic. So it's not that the big picture pieces don't change that much once you get them in, but all of the processes and that are going to be dynamic, and that's why you do leading and lagging indicators and all that. But we do want to try to get this to a point where when you read it, you say, I am excited by that too. As a board member, I read that and I get somewhat excited about that. That's where you want to get it to. And again, I think you made a great start, by the way, just today, just thinking about it, but you see why the mission vision discussion has to be held, you know, because it forces us to stretch and it forces us to think about where are we now and where do we want to be, and that thought is very important even when you get into the goals, because some of the things you put down here I've already talked about. Talent development, which gets into how are we going to develop our talent in the state over the next 10 years. How are we going to keep it real, keep it innovative? How do you get innovative leaders? How do you get leaders? I mean, it gets into all of those kind of questions, as well as student achievement issues you've gotten here. So I think you've made a good start, and I've captured it, and we will send it out to you with directions for the next step as we move forward. Okay?
I would also underscore what you imply, which is that no way do we mean that this process, you finish at one level and then move to the next level and never go back there at all. There's a constant, exactly.
Correct.
And
When are we reconvening?
For strategic plan committee, I think the committee was going to talk about that. We've got the retreat on the 15th of January, and then there's a homework assignment that SALT was going to give the committee. And then a question for the committee was, do we want to have a update to the full board on the 20th of December and then the January 8th meeting?
Because before the update in December, if we follow that, I'd like this little MELD team either to meet on the phone or whatever. I think,
We just have to be careful of the law. So depends what you mean by that. But we can follow up. If you want to set an idea, we can figure out what works with our electronic participation policy.
okay, well, yeah, whatever. What I'm trying to do is to keep, we'll figure out the appropriateness of it. I'm trying to keep the participation on this vision here with that passion for learning, a couple of things, the original pieces we made, and see if we couldn't, I think we're close. I hate to just delegate that away.
No, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
We're going to send it out. We want your feedback. And as your feedback starts to come in, what I'm hearing you say is once we've collected some feedback and you've had a chance to touch this a few more times and send us feedback, then we will have another session, even if it's kind of like a phone session or whatever, to follow up with a few people who really want to invest in this a little bit more time.
I think
Okay.
3 people can work on something and bring it back, but we'll find out. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I also recognize that the purpose for the vision up to this point is being served. But you thrown out some ideas, and you had a watershed moment there where, okay, wait a minute, this is big enough. Being very aggressive, but you're beginning to paint a picture of a vision that's very good. So that thinking, I want you all to continue that into when you think about your goals. So you're beginning to mold and hold that same kind of thing as you think about the goal, which would be your homework assignment. So the purpose for today's exercise was to begin getting you thinking about where you want to be, how aggressive you want to be, how big and bold you want to be. You've already thrown some of that out there, so you've laid your groundwork for some innovative thinking. Put that into goals, which will be your homework. And then if we want to, if we can crack a conference call or something, we will together to pull that together. But I sense you're feeling a bit of pressure to get a good vision statement before you go on. The message is, it's okay. You're going to have time to, once you go through these goals, come back and say, you know what, I've got it now. The vision is da-da-da. And you'll have a opportunity to so don't feel like you're under pressure to get that thing over here. Very quickly, I want to talk about the constituent teams and what we're going to do with them. Take one and pass them around. This is the list thus far that we have of constituent groups. And the reason for bringing these folks together is to let them, and as you look at the list, there's a different purpose for the different types of groups. But we want some of them to opine on the mission, vision, and goals. We want some of them to talk about the role they play in helping to accomplish the mission, vision, and goals. We don't plan on visiting with any of these constituent groups until we have something to share with them, which will not be until after the January 15th session. But what we envision doing is meeting with these, some in groups and some individually, and gathering feedback from them. And the feedback, will differ. For example, the first 3 bullets, the superintendents and principals and school business officials, it's a wonderful opportunity to say, here is our mission and vision, here are the goals such as we have them. How far would you like us as a State Department to go in providing services to you to meet some of these, to get feedback from them in that regard? So where do you draw the line versus state role versus local and that kind of thing, get their feedback in there?
Probably just an oversight. I just didn't see the School Boards Association on here, and we're hearing from more and more school boards all the time about what they want to see from the state school boards. So I'm just wondering about adding them.
Yeah, and the purpose for this was to add names.
Right, okay.
Yes, so that's one of them, certainly be put on there. So the purpose is, like I said, get some feedback, find out what they may participate, how they may participate in the plan, what they have to offer. And it won't be us doing all the visits. We'll do some. We'll kind of set the model, but we'll work with Claire and Ann to come up with a plan for here are the groups, here are the regions that they're in, here's what we need to put together, here's who can visit them. It could be you all, one of you all. It could be some folks from the department. It could be whoever you decide you want to send out to be your emissaries. This is an opportunity to get buy-in, particularly after you have your bold vision, to talk about what it is and to get folks excited about it. So that's the opportunity to, and that's the purpose for that. You don't want them wordsmithing your goals. You don't want to do that kind of stuff. But you want to give them an opportunity to give you some feedback. Okay. So our question is, of the groups that are on the list, is there any missing? And you raised a good one. Who would you add? And we'd like you to think about, too, one of the things we talked about is some of these, and I don't know, not living in the state, where they each may reside, and they may be in different parts of the state. One of these agencies can host a session, and if it's in your particular region, and perhaps you could be a participant in that. So we'll try to craft a plan that looks like that. But first, we just want to get a pretty good idea of who would you like to be engaged in.
All right, school boards, I would host deans from all the schools of ed at our place, if you'd like, because I think they're going to be a big part of the talent supply. We probably better talk about that on the talent issue, and we'd even be willing to host it.
We were just saying IACTE on the same
Yeah,
lines.
right.
Yeah.
And if you guys would want to be there for that too, and we could, I'd be really interested in that discussion.
I'm not sure the best way to do it, but I would love to see some sort of parent group on here. I'm not sure how we go about that, but we've got business represented, we've got education officials represented. I would love to have some sort of parent group.
PTA is pretty big in Indiana. They have a formal group.
PTA association. Good.
Also, we have a good pool of National Board Certified Teachers, and we have contact information for them. And then, in addition to ISTA, we probably want to include AFT Indiana, American Federation of Teachers, Indiana.
I'm trying to think of what would be the group that would be most representative of dealing with our exceptional needs students at the state level.
Bill's tangent.
It's ICASE.
ICASE, yeah.
Be a good one.
That would be a good one.
Yeah.
What about the homeschoolers? Do they have an association of any kind? Is it?
They do. Interesting.
I mean, is the goal to have every education group and every group in Indiana be part of this? If that's the case, it's probably a listing of all the organizations, rather than us trying to think of them. Is that what we're trying to do, is get as much input, broad input as possible?
Within reason.
Right.
You're not going to cover every person, everything. You can kind of go over this, but you really want to be inclusive of those areas where you really need the support.
The governor is pretty important, and he's has a vision of combining workforce development and higher ed more than I've heard from any governor around the country, so we'd probably want to ask him how he wants to give input. Maybe it's with a team of people, but the governor is the CEO of the state, and the human capital dimension is the most important thing a governor. They'll attract business and climate, they'll do a lot of things, but if you're human capital development and all those entities are part of it, and how do we fit in it, I'd be interested, and he could tell us who he wants to weigh in, but I'd go to the governor directly and say, how would you like input in this along, not only once, but along the way? Because if you don't have enthusiasm there, and that makes me think too of the House Education Committee chair and the Senate and the majority leader, figure out how do you get minority leader, majority leader from the legislature, because they, every session will get involved in education, obviously, and if we could have a little meeting of the minds of what we're after together, that would be as important as anything on here.
Particularly if you want to craft a bold vision that is going to be
Challenging.
and need funding, then you will need that kind of constituency.
You talk about how you present this to a group that you're trying to receive input from. One of the things I've been promoting here today is the uniqueness of Indiana, which I think we can be really unique and lead the country in a lot of different ways. If it's presented as this is a mission vision of a small group of people who are trying to make Indiana the best in a particular area, versus here's a mission vision plan, and the mindset that they'll have in giving us input is, we just want the consensus, we want every other mission vision that we've ever done in life. And I think we're going to get much different input on how you present it. And I would certainly advocate that there be some kind of a summary statement or background statement brief saying this is what we're trying to do. We're either trying to make us unique and nationally prominent, and if the group decides not to do that, that's fine. I'll go along with the group. But I'm hoping that we will conceptually agree to have some things really out of the box. And if we do, as sort of a introduction that you provide to these people, the input's going to be tremendously different.
Sure.
And so can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said before, I think one of the roles of good leadership is to paint that vision, present the vision, talk about it every opportunity they have. So what we would like to do and prefer to do, we can talk about your vision, and I can sometimes get energetic and passionate, but I'm not the best at it. We prefer that it be folks like yourselves, who each of you has a passion, that are going out and talking about this, and we can prepare the materials and that kind of thing. But this is your vision, and you can generate the excitement. And what we expect that you would do with a strategic plan such as what you'll have is just to do that very thing over and over and over again. Every group you stand in front of, here's where we're going in education, here's our vision, here are our goals. So it becomes great talking material for all of your conversations that you have across the state. So when we craft a plan for this constituency group, we will do that and try to encourage you all to sign up for the ones that make sense for you all to do, if you're willing to do that. And if you have staff, for example, maybe you have some of your staff you'd like to have go out, pair up with some others and go in teams and do a team presentation. We can arrange it that way.
We engage other board members in this process.
Absolutely.
Not just this group. Okay.
Because after the January session, they will have seen it and been a part of it as well. Yeah. And this goes on, right? Because it's a dynamic thing, right? So it goes on and on and on. It's not, you got to have this thing, this plan, this hard copy thing done by such and such a date. It's an ongoing kind of a thing. So that's one of the things we'll promote. Okay, so if you think of anybody else that's not on here, send it to Claire or Ann, and we'll make sure it gets on the list. In the meantime, we'll work with you all to craft here's who we're going to visit, here's the person that's going to, and who's going to host it and all that kind of stuff, to have a constituency plan of action. Okay?
What else is suggested in terms of, for each constituent group, what exactly are the things that you might be able to benefit from relating to those groups. Because, you know, given the timing, I would suggest that the amount of input they're going to have into your strategic plan is not going to be the largest potential part of their support. The two areas that I would really think you can get a lot with is with implementation, help with implementation, but also help with communication. Again, because I go back to my statement that communicating this thing as widely as possible. So you can also think of them as a communication channel. You go to them and have them communicate out through their system to help you spread this word throughout the state. Because if this plan doesn't become, if you want an audacious result, one of the things you're going to have to do is make almost everybody in the state aware of the plan. You want to get to the point, you know, one of the examples that we use in schools, you know, if you really have a strategic plan running in a school, you can stop the custodian in the hall and ask him what the top goals of the school is. And the custodian will be able to tell you, because they've driven that communication not just at the department level, at the cabinet level, not just at the lead teacher level, they've driven it all the way down to everybody in the building knowing what that's supposed to be. So these groups can be really useful, both with the implementation and the communications piece of this.
Harvey, you want to do
No,
next steps?
Mine's covered. I think
Okay.
it's the goals piece.
All right.
You're going to do the
You all
goals?
know what we're going to do by way of next steps. You have a homework piece that's coming up.
Yeah.
We'll have on the next session in January 15th, we're at the full board. We will use the goals that you all come up with now as a homework assignment that Chris is going to tell you about to feed into the process with the full board in January. And we'll talk then with the full board about the planning process, such as we talked with you about it today. We'll go a little bit deeper into that, talk a little more about some roles. We'll talk then about the mission, vision, goals, such as you have crafted them, and begin working on objectives in that work session. And then we'll follow that up with some beginning of constituency group sessions and a session in February to continue working on objectives and strategies. And that's kind of how we're going to walk through this and take it forward. Before I turn it over to Chris, I'm with you. Bold vision. This is your opportunity to lead. And you know, education, as you know, is changing. The opportunities for technology are changing. Our lives are being changed by technologies in ways we had never dreamed before. And if you don't get out in front of that wave, you're just going to be covered over by it. So this is your opportunity. We can't tell you to have a bold vision, but if you want to have one, we're all for it. We'd love to see it.
I'm wired. All right, well, to keep you all working, actually, I think we went over this schedule, but we'll work on that some more. The homework assignment. What we want to do is start to collect goals from you, all right? And so far what we've done is talked about mission and vision. And again, one of the things that you've learned is that this stuff all plays against each other. You don't do this one at a time, but I think at the mission, vision, goals level, it's a very holistic picture that you wind up painting. And so you do go back and forth between them. So all the things that we've talked about already are going to become part of this new goal piece. Again, the goals are starting to define the big chunks of the vision. You don't want to get too far down into the weeds yet. There'll be plenty of time for that. Let's make sure that the trees are in the right places before we worry about the weeds. So again, goals, remember, they're long-term priorities. They relate to your vision. They're talking about your major focus areas. In the balanced scorecard world, we don't ask them to be numerical, measurable necessarily. Again, they're focus areas. And they're going to start to collect and reflect the values and core beliefs that you all are starting to share as you develop. So that's really what we're asking for, just to remind you, again, of this idea in the balanced scorecard of the perspectives, of looking at possibly a student-focused goal, a stakeholder-focused goal, a goal that's focused on your learning and growth or your talent, and a goal that may be focused on how you get work done. Not something that's required, but just a possible way. At least think through those pieces so that your thinking is holistic and balanced. And again, oftentimes there's a very good alignment between these perspective areas and the type of goals. Remember that you're going to further define these goals with objectives and strategies. So you don't need to pack too much into them. They're guideposts, essentially. Your objectives are going to be numerical, short-term priorities, the finest description of what you want to accomplish. And again, that's where the SMART acronym is tied in this particular structure to the objectives. Then your strategies are going to be how you're going to accomplish this. So you don't have to pack all of that into the goals. So it's a pretty simple, straightforward assignment. So I've got this, and we're going to, I mean, everything will come electronically. So this is just a piece of physical material culture, as we used to say, that you can have a look at. Don't necessarily have to have it back like this. But what we're asking for you in this case is between now and before Christmas, by December 20th, we would just like you to pick the three, each one of you pick 3 goals. If you have to pick 4, go ahead. No one's going to be angry about that. If you can only pick 2, that'll be fine as well. But start to identify individually first your goals. And the process that we'd like to do is we're going to ask you to send those before the 20th to Ann. She's going to take the names off of them and just send us the goals. And what we'll do is take a look at these goals. And we'll try and work with them, try and see which ones are similar, which ones come up the most, and try and produce a list which we will communicate back to you before the full board retreat. We'll just compile all this and send it back to all you people to see what you as a group have produced. And out of that group, we'll try and select a straw set of 5 or 6 goals for consideration at the main board meeting. Again, also with any additional ideas you have about mission and vision, do the same with those. Keep sending all that stuff to Ann. We'll just keep collecting all that stuff, and we will work to arrange a melding work on the vision. But we'll try and help just do the legwork of compiling all this stuff and bringing it together.
Email to you?
Yeah, that's probably email to Ann. Yeah, because we figured the best way for us to handle it is really not to know where they came from, but just use them all, or, you know, if it's clear that we don't know where they're coming from.
stand out, right?
Exactly. It's like I had a friend who always used to go and say to his principal, if these tests are to test how well we're doing at teaching, why do we have the kids put their names on them? And the principal would say, oh, you have to have your names on them. So he'd always give the tests and he wouldn't have the kids put the names on them, which he's not still working there. But anyway, excuse me.
So will we have this vision already established before we do the goals? Because it asks us to align with the vision, and I'm not sure.
Well, with the ideas
we
that
have the
you've
vision.
started to put out, you're right. You're right in saying that you won't have an absolute finished, completed vision. So, but I think, you know, in your conversations, you've come up with some of the big areas to focus on. So that's really what we're looking at.
That's a great question. Let me just suggest that y'all thrown out some really good ideas for a vision, and your ideas about passion. We'll use the goals as they come back. We'll step back and look at mission, vision. Here's what they've said by way of goals. These are starting to form a picture, okay? So, and iterate back. We'll also send you what you did today, and we'll take what you did today and blend it a little bit. So we'll give you, here's your raw version of each one. Here's a couple of blended versions that you might like to look at. And if you want to suggest your own blended version, give you an opportunity. But the goals, I would say, think about what you talked about today, the stretch that you talked about in terms of your vision, and craft some goals that maybe reflect some of the conversation that we had today. But we know you're not going to have a copy of your vision yet to go. Does that answer your question?
Any other questions about that?
We'll have our homework. I want to thank, I think we're to the end of the agenda.
We are.
I want to thank you for coming so well organized, Rick and team. A stellar committee of the board here.
Yes.
Yes, self-proclaimed. And all the staff and everybody that worked so hard today. I really enjoyed spending some time with you on this, and we'll put forth a nice set of aspirations that we can all chase, and that'll be productive for our fellow educators and parents, and especially our students and the future of the state. Thank you very much. We're adjourned, huh? Thank you. Good deal.